Yo, 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 yo. afternoon, everybody. Can you guys hear me? All right, cool. I'm so glad. This is the first time, really, that I get up on a stage. In fact, this stage is really the first time a stage is put in here in our new Capital Factories Technology and Transition Center here at Techport, San Antonio. So we're really super excited to have you here. So again, welcome to Capital Factories Latinx in Tech 2022. We're super excited to have you guys. I wanted to tell you a little bit about Capital Factory in case you haven't heard who we are, what we do. We are the center of gravity for entrepreneurs in Texas, and we really do aspire to bring Texas to be the #1 state for startups in America. And it doesn't matter what demographic you're from, you know, whether you're Hispanic, Latin, various cultures, black, white, DEI, in general, we want everybody to be a successful startup, to be an entrepreneur, to be part of the American fabric, which is the capitalistic entrepreneurial community that makes our country just so awesome to be in. So without further ado, I just want to say thank you guys for coming out here. This is so important for this community in San Antonio. We want to be part of the fabric to partner with all our different accelerators and incubators here across San Antonio to really bring the talent, the capability, the passion that all entrepreneurs have here in Texas. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and just bring up a good friend and partner of ours in Oracle. And I want to thank also some of our other partners, Southside EDC, that is here as well. But I would go ahead and bring up George, where he's going to go ahead and help kick us off with Latinx in Tech. Really super excited to have you here. So come on stage, man. Awesome. There you go, man. Really excited about today, man. So really looking forward to, and thank you for Oracle helping us put this together. You know, Latinx in Tech is a big thing, and I think we used to have this in Austin, but I think going forward, we really want to bring a lot of gravity and momentum here to San Antonio and really grow this really amazing community. So, George, over to you, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. So I was told if you're sitting in the back or if you've got some food and you're standing up, go ahead and move up to the front, just like we're in church. You know, just come on, usher up to the front. And then when you see, just for acoustic purposes, that's what I was told to do. I'm a good Marine and I follow orders. So here we go. I'm George Ploss. I run the Oracle Netsuite Accelerator. Raise your hand if you've heard of Oracle. Okay. Raise your hand if you've heard of Netsuite. Okay. All right. There's a slight deviation. So Oracle, one of the world's largest tech companies, you know, 4th, 7th, or 3rd, depending on how you measure us. Okay. Netsuite is the only application inside Oracle's entire offering that is specifically designed for small to mid-sized businesses. 61% of all tech IPOs since 2011 IPO'd on and because of Netsuite. Netsuite's a very, very powerful tool. And because of the fact that it's for small to mid-sized businesses, a while ago, we came up with the idea to specifically help startups grow. Now, we want all startups to run on Netsuite, but out of the $690 billion that was invested last year, 0.46% of all that money went towards Black and Latinx startups. And so the market should be equitable and the best ideas should win. So what we did with Netsuite is we created the accelerator to specifically help Black, Latinx, veteran, women-owned, LGBTQ+, and indigenous startups grow on our platform. So it's not dilutive funded, it's not grant funded, it's technology and people funded. We just launched in February at Capital Factory of this year. We're 7.5 months in, and now we want to extend that launch, and we want to make sure that we land and expand our audience, and we partner with organizations like Capital Factory to make sure that our reach is out there. So Emily Davila, please raise your hand. Thank you, Emily. If you have questions about the accelerator, come see me. Who I'm going to be introducing next is a good friend of mine and one of our senior consultants at Oracle NetSuite. If you have questions about the accelerator, please come to her. And then also Kathy, would you mind raising your hand as well? One of our senior VPs is in the house, and she flew all the way here from San Francisco, California. So This is our participation and our partnership with the Capital Factory is an underscore towards our commitment to our communities and our commitment to the fact that our customers come from every walk of life. And so with that said, I want to introduce Melissa Dominguez, one of our senior solution consultants at Oracle Netsuite, who's going to be moderating the panel, who's also a good friend of mine. And yeah, I'm not going to steal her thunder, so I'm going to pass it off to her. All right, thanks, Melissa.
Welcome, everyone. I'm excited to announce today's panel. We have three phenomenal women that I'd like to introduce to the stage. We have Christy and Bobby, and I'll let them give a brief introduction of themselves before we get started.
Can y'all hear me?
It's a little, yeah, okay.
It's a little echoey. All right, I am Christy Alvietto. I'm the co-founder and CFO of IUGO. We are a tech-enabled tax and accounting services company. Super exciting stuff, but every business needs it. Is that me? Sure. Sorry about that. Every business needs tax and accounting, and we're here working with a ton of startup founders, entrepreneurs, and small to medium-sized businesses. So I'm excited to be here with all of you guys today.
Hello, everyone. See how loud I am. My name is Bobby Avila, and I work for Accenture. I've been with them for 15 years, and I am a senior manager supporting. I'm kind of two industries, dual industries, which is I tend to support HR work and also finance and accounting. So I'll talk to you a little bit about that.
Awesome, thank you. So, looking at a recent study, the average 2-year fail rate for Latinx-led startups is significantly lower than the national average, yet they receive a fraction of the capital out there. Can you talk to us a little bit about your specific journey as a founder and getting started and what that was like?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think for any startup, the biggest challenge and why most don't launch is because of funding. And there is a lack of resources out there for Latinx founders. And although there are many firms that are targeting the minority, our experience, and I know even from a bunch of our minority clients, their experience is no one's seeing those funds. And so one, you have a very narrow subset of the minority-focused funds, and then from that, it's, many people aren't seeing funds going towards their businesses. So I think just having those more Latin-friendly investors is what we really need in the community.
Yeah, and absolutely. Bobby, what about you? What has your journey been like, and how did you get started in the industry? Any details for our audience?
Yeah, happy to share. It's a pretty unusual journey. Maybe because we're too close, our mics are reading each other. Maybe that helps. There you go. So my journey is a bit, I would call it unusual. I didn't go to school for technology or to become a programmer or anything like that. I got to give a shout out. So I am a Red Raider, so I did go to Texas Tech. But my degree field is more in, again, I tweaked it to go to finance and HR once I had started with Accenture. So 15 years ago, I'll be quite honest, Accenture had actually brought their services here to San Antonio, and it was new. Most people didn't even know what Accenture was and what we did. There's a lot that still don't know what we do. So when I came in, I will be honest, I didn't even know what a VLOOKUP. Cut up. Cut up. My back? My back. Okay. So my joke was I didn't even know what a VLOOKUP was, and that's the dead truth. I was not versed myself in really any good type of process automation, any kind of, I probably didn't even know what automation was, but with Accenture, when I first joined 15 years ago, our biggest push was we got to make things better for our clients. So that was always what we were driven to, find process efficiencies, all of that stuff. But that's changed with Accenture, right? To stay ahead of all the other larger corporations and what we do in our consulting services. I would say we really felt the shift about 10, 12 years ago, where even for entry-level folks that maybe didn't know what a VLOOKUP was, we really needed to have everybody, right, understand the different technologies that are out there. And you guys know at this point, I mean, we're talking about things like AI, right, being applied to processes, RPAs, all those different types of things that, you know, maybe other folks are aware of. But in my division in operations, when I have to deliver the services for our client, we need our people aware of how do we give those ideas, how do we implement those practices. So I would say, you know, honestly, I feel very lucky with Accenture because we invest a lot of time and money into training. So actually the majority of our trainings, you know, not only go to the other stuff, but they've actually taught me what AI is, right? They've taught me how it can be used and applied in our processes, you know, as we take on our clients' work. Most of our new clients are, hey, here, look what I do with all this paper. Even today, we still have clients that it's on paper. We have to be aware of how do we manage that, how do we digitize it, how do we get them to stop printing. All of those things, all of our folks are trained on. And Accenture does a great job of just teaching in general, right? What are all these different options that are out there so that they can help us identify in their day-to-day work, how do we become more efficient, how do we get those practices? So very fortunate. Accenture's taught me to be there. I do VLOOKUPs all the time now, by the way. I know what macros are, I know all that stuff. Again, and I've actually been able to implement AI in one of my teams. So it's fun stuff now for me.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And are there any, you know, programs or resources there at Accenture that really focus on trying to get the Latinx community involved in tech? And what have you seen as far as a shift over the last few years in that space?
So we have two programs actually at Accenture that I'll highlight. One is we actually have a Hispanic employee resource group. So locally and nationally, we meet all the time, and this engagement group is meant to focus our Hispanic community on anything that's important to them, right? So we celebrate cultural things. We have all those fun things that we love to do. But at the same time, we also try to give those extra resources and we offer mentorship, right? Things like that. We offer classes on maybe even how do I get better? How do I get better at Excel? You know, how can I improve? I mean, I think one of our courses on our last annual summit was financial advice for people and how you invest your money and things like that. So we really take it outside the box, I think, and how we develop our folks. But that one group is amazing, I think. Additionally, though, to bring in the technology side, though, is, again, locally and globally, we have a Tech Masters program. It's called Tech Masters. And so there's several layers, I would say, because we have a formal, you know, business transformation team that can actually build the coding and do all of that. But our Tech Masters groups within each of our delivery centers, they're a little bit trained higher than, let's say, our other population, so that we can bring them in when someone has a question, right? Our team members are trained to say, you know, I don't know, right, how to automate this. I don't know how to code it, but I know this is the long way. I know what I'm doing takes too long, right? I'm manually entering in this and that. That can be automated. So our Tech Masters, not only do they take additional courses, things like that, but they're identified to help us provide the solution, right? They can look at it and say, yeah, this is an RPA that we can apply here, right? Something like that. And so those are the types of programs that we have that are integrated within Accenture.
Very cool. Thank you for that. So I think one of the biggest hurdles that I found was just the accessibility of tech, right? Going into a room or a company where people don't necessarily look like you. What have you experienced now, kind of being on the other side as a founder of a company, going into, you know, spaces, right, where you are the minority? What kind of advice would you have for people who are looking to follow, you know, similar footsteps?
I think it's important to make sure that whether it's your business, if it's your business, that you're building a diverse company starting from the top. If your leadership's not diverse, then the rest of your company is likely not to be diverse. So it's super important that you recognize that within your own company and make sure that you've really built out that diversity. If you're looking to work for another company, then also look at their leadership and how diverse they are. And then you're likely to get an idea that it's going to be more open and inviting to you as a minority yourself getting into that tech environment, because the tech environment is not traditionally Hispanic or Latin of any sort. So look at who else is working there as well, and that will give you the comfort. Microphones do not like me. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Will give you the confidence that you're in the right place, and it sounds like you worked your way up even without having that tech background. So definitely take advantage of opportunities like that are presented to them, presented to you, because there's not always doors that are going to be in your face waving their hand, and if it's there and you see it, it's up to you to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's important. I think one thing I kind of resonated with me is obviously looking at leadership, and when you're looking at companies and roles, the mission and the product is something that would be nice to be aligned with, but I found finding someone within the company that I could consider as a mentor being a really big reason or motivation for joining a particular company. Can either of you speak maybe about a mentor, someone who's really kind of impacted maybe your career, and maybe would like to talk about what that was like?
Sure. I know that early in my career, I was entering this a tech world that was completely foreign to me. Being a Hispanic female, didn't know what I was getting myself into, and kind of like you don't know, there's a lot you don't know, and you're learning along the way. And so it's so important that you do find that mentor within the company that understands the company that you work for, because not every company is perfect. But help guide that path and allow you to see what the possibilities are for you. Because I think as a female personally, I oftentimes feel imposter syndrome, and that's something I didn't even know was a term until a couple years ago. And so having someone help bring that out of you, that's what that mentorship really does, is see the value that you bring and how important you are to the business that you're working in, can create so much more than you ever thought had you maybe not had that person helping you along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very, very powerful, and I think can make a difference as to whether or not that's a career path you plan to follow. But a question for Crystal, who just joined the stage. Thank you. As another founder and someone who's working and trying to both organize and inspire young leaders, what is it that you're working on today that you're really excited about? And also, if you just give us a brief introduction as well, that'd be helpful.
Yes, hi, my name is Crystal Blanchai. I am the founder of Venture Lab. I'm also a professor at Trinity University teaching entrepreneurship. My background, I started a nanotechnology company way back in the day after I got done with grad school. My focus was nanotechnology, so size and shape specific nanoparticles that targeted lung cancer tumor tissues. But now I'm working with a nonprofit and teaching kids and girls how to kind of start their own companies and follow their own passions, whether it's in tech or just really any arena that they're interested in.
Awesome. And can you talk a little bit about how you got your start? It sounds like maybe a space that probably is male dominated, and being kind of the only woman in the room. I'm curious, what was kind of your passion that led you there, and kind of how you're planning on helping others follow?
Yeah, well, growing up, I always loved building things, taking things apart, seeing how they worked. So went into mechanical engineering and biomedical engineering. Really loved working at 3M. I was a copper design engineer, so I was basically designing copper connectors for automated test equipment. Wasn't super exciting, but I loved working there, learned a lot about innovation. And from there, I saw the kind of engineers who were creating these new ideas and innovating. And I said, I want to be like them. So ended up going back to do my PhD, starting a company. And this is where I think I really found it challenging, being a young woman, not having many mentors. I remember the university basically told me I was a young girl and they didn't really think I could start a company. But I was able to kind of join the entrepreneurship community. In particular, this was in Austin. Now I do a lot of work with Geekdom in the community in San Antonio, but I was able to find mentors who were able to, I think, instill that confidence in me that I could actually go out and do this. I joined a group called Springboard, which is a women's group that leads high-tech, women-led CEOs and women-led companies. They really helped me learn how to do investor pitches in New York, San Francisco. So I did this for my tech company. And that's, I think, where I realized I didn't see any other people of color, women of color, and that's really what I wanted to change. That's when I went back and I started teaching my kids at the time, who were maybe 4 and 5, kind of these entrepreneurial concepts that I was learning myself as an entrepreneur, but also that I was teaching university students. Their teachers really realized that, you know, my kids were raising their hands in class more. They were inventing stuff and selling stuff on the playground, which they'd get in trouble for, but I was really excited about. And I think that's really what started my journey, is kind of not seeing as many people like me in the executive positions, leadership positions, investor positions, and wanting to teach that next generation how to kind of develop more of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes back to representation, right? Seeing leadership looking like us, working for us, and then creating the next generation to be able to do that. Bobby, what about you? You know, any mentors or any type of advice that you would have for someone maybe looking to make a switch into tech in order to kind of, you know, get in the door, right? And maybe demystify that journey.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that. I'm very passionate about mentoring, and I see it as a way of giving back. So I do mentor quite a few people now. But when I first started in my journey, like you said, I did work my way up to where I am today at Accenture. And understanding what a mentor did and what that meant, I'll tell you, I didn't understand it. I tell everyone, you know, when I first started, it was about learning. I'm going to do my job, I'm going to do it well, and I think that's, you know, that's what we're taught as Hispanics, is just go to work, do your job, and you do well. And that's what I did. But a lot of the feedback I got from my career counselors was, but Bobby, you have to network. You have to network. Like, nobody knows who you are. And I thought that was so unfair, because I'm an introvert at heart. I tell people I'm paid to be an extrovert, so I've gotten much better at it. But I still, again, didn't understand what that meant. And what does it mean to have a mentor? I mean, I have a few people, I asked my boss questions, so it took me time to really understand what that meant. I was very fortunate, because actually a friend of mine referred me to Accenture. And she was, you know, higher than I was, and she was a great mentor. She was my first that started, but I started to realize the value of, you know, at first I saw it as like, oh, you're just a friend, you're just encouraging me. But I didn't realize how much I was learning from her and just her experiences. So to me that was one, but it took me also a while to realize that a mentor doesn't always have to be Hispanic and doesn't always have to be a female. Right? I think a lot of people assume you should look for a mentor that looks exactly like you. And that's something I would say that I did learn. One of my, you know, greatest mentors, he's a Caucasian male, and he's always believed in me. You know, he's always like, she'll do it, fine, just give her the opportunity. And it took me a while to realize that he is a mentor, and he's taught me so much. My boss today, he's a mentor, and he's a male. So it just shows, I always tell people, try to find somebody that you resonate with, that you truly value their opinion. At Accenture, we highly push having a mentor, but I will tell you, there's times I'm mentoring someone and it feels very like orchestrated, right? It just feels like they're just checking the box. Like, yeah, I'm mentoring with Bobby. I mean, but I don't see really them getting value from it. So that's my biggest tip, is if you're not actually enjoying it and feel like you're learning something from somebody, then I would move on and try to find another mentor. But I think it's important, and I've kept them for years, the people that I value their opinions. So,
yeah, absolutely. And you said something earlier about the culture of just sit at your desk and work, and I had a great conversation at lunch today talking about that very thing, of how those who just sit at their desk and work really hard and expect to be able to ascend up the ladder doesn't necessarily happen. Self-advocating is a really big part, and networking is a huge part of being able to continue and grow. What advice would you have for people who maybe, you know, want to find a way to self-advocate in that way? or maybe anything in your company that allows for people to particularly do that, that maybe is different, that you've kind of learned over the years?
Yeah, absolutely. Working hard doesn't, like you said, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that next position. It's really selling yourself. That was actually a lesson I had to learn, because it felt like I was just tooting my own horn out there and bragging, and it felt weird and awkward, but the truth is that nobody knows who you are and that value that you bring unless you're out there putting it out there for them. Because yes, other people will sing your praises, but not that often. So it's important that you sing your own praises. That's absolutely valuable. And again, especially being a minority in the tech industry, very important if you want to try to get ahead. Let people know who you are, what you've done for the company. You know, and at IUGO, you know, we're primarily remote, so, but we're always, we rely on channels like Slack and stuff where we're sharing our wins, the wins of our departments and stuff, and so it's a great opportunity for our leaders to share, you know, what they're doing well. And so I would encourage you to also do the same thing, that any wins you have, share it with your leadership, share it with your team, make sure that they know what you're doing.
Yeah, very, very, very thoughtful, thank you. So, you know, thinking about kind of self-advocating, and it sounds like you do some of that with, you know, some of your young girls. You know, is this something, right, that should be a part of what we're teaching, and, you know, how do we go about kind of spreading that message that speaking about your own endeavors isn't necessarily a bragging moment, but how to get comfortable with really promoting yourself?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think entrepreneurship education in K-12 is kind of where STEM was maybe 5 years ago. I don't think people understood the importance of STEM education, and now everyone's STEM education, but we're also forgetting about entrepreneurship education, which is how do we actually apply these technologies to turn them into products and services and businesses that can help society. So I think a lot of schools at the high school level are really starting to understand the importance of entrepreneurship. We're trying to bring it down, even down to kindergarten, because it's true. You know, we are not taught how to talk about ourselves, how to brag about ourselves, how to talk about our accomplishments. And really instilling in kids at an early age kind of this confidence is going to help them all along the way. I mean, we found with girls that were creating startups in kindergarten that they were just so much more confident when they came back to school. They're like, well, I already created an app, or I already designed this new iPhone case that I'm selling on Etsy, so who's going to tell me that I can't do math or I can't do science? And so it just really builds this confidence early on that allows kids to see that, hey, actually I can do it. I can work in a team. I can find people with other strengths. I don't have to do everything myself. And it's just such an important life skill. So I think really advocating for that, definitely high school, but even earlier on, is really important.
Yeah, absolutely some themes here, right? I definitely want to take some time to get some questions from the audience. Anyone have any questions for our panelists so far based on this one?
Well, first of all, I think what you're doing is awesome and great. I think we need more people taking initiative to help students do that. I would say I want to talk to you a little bit more offline to understand what you're doing better, but I know it is a challenge to get all these students, they're from different schools, right, meeting together. That itself isn't a challenge, but I'd love to talk to you offline about that.
Annually, we grant scholarships in coding for high school kids. That was our previous business before we pivoted. So actually, I mean, we could do something with there, because I think that what you're doing is great. I had entrepreneurial education in my school, and it forever changed my life. And I think it's amazing, so kudos to the Venture Lab.
Well, thank you, and kudos to you for teaching kids how to code.
Good morning. Thank you. We live in a digital world. There's no denying it. So when you're starting your business, your entrepreneurship, what would you say are the most valuable digital assets that you need to have before going to an investment round, for example? I mean, we have Twitter, TikTok, LinkedIn, Snap. What are the ones that have helped you the most, and what are the ones that you guys think are sort of like critical to have really good websites, Instagram?
Definitely your website is going to legitimize you as a business. So that would be absolutely number one, is having that website that reflects what you're doing and who you are. If you are building a technology as the basis of your business, that's also going to be important, although there's a lot of investment firms that will tell you that they don't need to see that to invest in you. The reality is that they're all looking for something. So if you're building your business off of technology, having some kind of prototype or something to visibly show them versus just telling them an idea or just showing them a PowerPoint that they can really bite into. And then it's really important, I think, you threw a lot out there with Twitter, Instagram. There's not one single one that I would say is the one you need to focus on. I think a lot of it depends on your business and where your users are hanging out at. For example, we target tax and accounting for businesses, so we do rely a lot on LinkedIn, but there's a lot of entrepreneurs on Instagram, so we spend a lot of time on Instagram. If you've got a younger demographic, they might be more on TikTok. And so knowing who your demographic is and where they're hanging out and starting to build that brand, even if you don't have anything to sell them yet, building, getting your name out there over and over and over is really important, because even if you do have that technology that you're ready to sell, if nobody knows about it, you don't have anyone to sell to.
And I just wanted to add on to her. I think the big thing is storytelling. You want to over-invest in telling your story, whether that's videos, especially paying attention to your brand, and what she was saying, like market research. Like before you go out and you try and sell, you just need to make sure that you're marketing and selling to your very specific customer, and you're telling the story that that customer wants to hear. So I definitely would advise overspending on your storytelling, your market research, your branding.
Your story is very, very important. I would definitely agree with that.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Hector Moreno. I'm an architect by training from Houston. And so, Bobby, is that your name? I have a question for you, and it's kind of in the space of intrapreneurs versus entrepreneurs. And then I know you're with Accenture, huge group. How do you all parse the differences between, really working with entrepreneurs versus that capital investment within Accenture, Oracle, all the big companies?
I wish I had a really awesome answer for you, but what I will say is that that's definitely handled more with our consulting group. They usually have their folks specialized trained in who they approach, what companies they work with. Many of the Fortune 500 businesses, they already have some type of work with anyway. So once they have that connect or whatnot, we actually assign what's called an account leadership team that then works that relationship to build the other things, right? There's some clients we only have, let's say, their technology work, and then they will, bring someone in and say, but we can do this for you too, and blah, 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 to add on to the services. So I personally don't work in that division, to be able to give you a better answer, but our consulting group would be fully doing that piece of it. So apologize, I wish I had more for you.
Hello, ladies. Hi, everybody. Kathy Colson. First of all, it's so amazing to see all women on stage. My question is, how do you deal with setbacks? And what keeps you going through the hard times?
good one. Yeah, I don't mind going first. I will, I'll definitely say, setbacks is something that, not only have I seen within my team, and as my job as a boss here, I try to mentor them through it and get them through that, but definitely myself, over my last journey with Accenture, there's different things that I think can impact you. And I'll tell you, I'll get personal a little bit is, again, I feel like it goes back to my culture. I was raised to realize you work. Every day you work. You go to work. I don't call in, I go in sick, I'm that guy. So taking time off for myself when I need it is really difficult for me. And I think that it's, in general, our culture, that knowing it's a setback feels like a failure, no matter what the setback is due to. So like, for example, when my father got sick, he had cancer, within my company, people know it's like Bobby's always the one that raises her hand. She takes the projects. It's common for me to work 12, 14-hour days. I sign up for the travel. I sign up for stuff like this. I always say yes. But I knew at that time, with my father sick, I was going to pitch in and help with his care. It felt like a setback to me to have to put my career on hold and take care of family. But I knew it was important, and I knew I needed to do it. So I think it's an internal struggle, I think, but just something that, I don't know, I just have to do more just personal, realizing it's okay, Bobby. It's okay to pause your career just a little bit to do that. For myself, also having to recognize like career failures, like, well, maybe I didn't do great on that project, or I just felt like, maybe it didn't go as well as I planned or whatnot. That actually sometimes is also harder for me to deal with because work is so important to me, and being awesome and being great is just a constant reminder to myself. But I've had to realize throughout, and maybe it comes with age, that it's sometimes uncontrollable. There are things that are uncontrollable. You can't always beat yourself up. And I think it goes back to, you said something earlier about having confidence, and I think culturally, that's why we don't always brag about ourselves. I mean, that's what impacts your confidence. So I try not to let that happen. I've had to sit and tell myself, like, I know I'm good. I know I can do well here. And I know I have a lot to offer Accenture. So you gotta, it just didn't happen, Bobby. Get over it. And literally I tell myself, get over it, move on, right? And that's where I try to focus my energy is like, just chalk it up as a failure, move on. And so it's just how I personally handle it, but I'm happy to pass on.
Okay. I think it's also important to take time to reflect on that setback, to learn from it. Nobody very successful got to where they are just because they made all the right decisions, one right after the other. They made some mistakes, and they learned from that mistake and did it differently the next time. And so there's no growth if you're not making those mistakes. If you're doing everything safe, you're never going to really excel. You're just going to kind of coast along. So setbacks I think are okay as long as you're taking that time to learn from it and not beat yourself up from it.
So I was going to echo the same thing. Usually it's a time of growth, a time of change. It's something that you're going to be uncomfortable with, but just realizing that everyone goes through this. And what I do is when I'm in one of those moments, I'm like, okay, who can I call? Who can I call to help? What do I need? What do I need in order to achieve what I'm trying to reach, whatever goal that is? But just knowing that, one, it's a time of growth and change. It's something new, maybe you haven't encountered before, but there are people who can help you as well.
Yeah, support and network, right, is going to be, I think, really helpful in that. Anyone else? Any other questions? Oh, we have some. Oh, we have
Hi, Gil Gonzalez here, Tech Scout with BAE Systems. I'll tell you, earlier on in my career, while I had built a high-performing team and turned around a $30 million program, I still had a manager say to me, "You're the token Hispanic in the group." How do you deal with that in your daily lives?
I know I've had that happen to me too, and it makes me very upset as well, especially I was on a board of a company, and they told me I was the token Hispanic. I didn't like hearing that, and I don't remember how long I stayed on that board. I tried to do my best, but I don't know, that's a great question and great problem. I've experienced that myself. I don't know if I have any answers.
I think for me personally, I've quickly also exited whatever company, felt that way about me and didn't stay there for long. I mean, I don't think you're going to change people's mindsets, and I think it's up to you to find the right environment that's going to help support you and your talents, not just being a token Hispanic.
Yeah, I might have some comebacks to that, but it probably wouldn't go well. But my mouth dropped when you said that. Oh my God. I'm fortunate with Accenture. We're very big on being diverse, and as I mentioned, we have tons of programs that help support diversity. I myself am part of a leadership program that is geared towards Hispanics and women, and developing them to a managing director position. So I'm appreciative that Accenture calls that out and does it. We have the programs for it. I've never blatantly, been called out that way. I know that we push for diversity, right? I teach my leads as we hire and things like that. We literally will assess our teams and say, your team does not look diverse. There are certain industries, right? In HR, there's a lot of females that work HR. Procurement, a lot of males. But we still push to make sure, interview more people. You got to find someone, right? So, but being called a token means that, okay, you're only here for your race. So that's a horrible thing. I'm sorry you went through that. But I've been very fortunate, right? And it helps. Obviously, I'm located in San Antonio. we're a bit of the minority, the majority here. But I will say, there are plenty of times I've traveled and gone to other sites with an Accenture, and I look around, and nobody looks like me. So it's still there, right? Yeah, I don't know what I would have done with that comment.
I think I also work for a company that really puts their resources behind the D&I efforts, and joining a program probably at a time when there wasn't a ton of people who looked like me, and having a manager who recruits people for diversity and looking for just talent is, I think, at the loss of other companies for not doing the same, right? And having a diverse interest and talent pool to pull from. So hopefully there's a shift soon in that. I think we had a question over here.
Thanks. So 2 questions, but I'll do one now and one later. One goes back to what you were talking about before that story was shared. So again, sorry you experienced that. I've also experienced that. So back to the idea of kind of what's culturally ingrained. I struggle with stereotypes generally because everyone's, story is unique, everyone's upbringing is unique, but there are still consistencies that are cultural, right? And I think that hard work is naturally one of them. And I also think that a lot of times our strength can sometimes also be our weakness. So if you grew up with parents who always told you, never let them see, how hard it is. So work hard, but never show it. When you start to ascend kind of, whether it's corporate leadership or whether you founded your own company or whether, you're teaching other children how to now be an entrepreneur, how do you take that hardworking nature that got you to where you are, but not push it down such that the generations coming after us should not have to work as hard 24/7 all day, every day to get just even the same opportunities that you had to strive for. So how do you think about your hard work, and how do you take breaks for yourself and think about that shadow that you cast down? Because people, no matter what you say, the people that report to you will take your cues by what you do. So how do you deal with that?
So I have 2 bonus daughters, and it's really important for me and my husband to teach them, yes, hard work is very important. That's going to, help propel you to be something, to do something later in life. But it's also something that, especially my husband more than me, he focuses on with them is to, set themselves up to where they don't have to work themselves to the bone. And by that, really instilling leadership qualities where you build a team around you, you delegate, you don't take everything on yourself. That way you can enjoy the fruits of your labor and focus on other passions you might have in your life. Maybe that if you're working for a company now and maybe you start doing your own thing on the side, because it's really important that you set yourself up that way. Otherwise, you know, you're going to hate life, I think, for the long haul if you're constantly working 24/7.
And I was just going to say, as a founder or CEO, even working with your board as well, you know, sometimes there's times that the company has challenges and you get super stressed out and you try to take it all on yourself. But just almost being kind of radically transparent and saying, hey, guys, you know, these are all the challenges. How can we work on this together? So it goes back to, like, I really rely on a lot of support. I have 4 teenagers right now, and all in 4 separate schools, and none are driving yet. So really relying on support of my team, my board, my husband, just to keep everything running.
Yeah, being comfortable with being okay, needing help, right? I think is probably the message here. We do have just a couple more minutes, and so I kind of wanted to wrap up with my panelists and ask, you know, what's exciting, what's coming up, what's new for you to help close this out?
So we're focusing a lot more on mentoring, you know, and sponsoring events just like this. We love being able to give back to communities like this that are helping others, trying to do more, to do better. So I'm excited about, you know, Latinx, we got Women in Tech coming up, things like that.
With Venture Lab, I'm really excited about our Spark program. So it's kind of like an accelerator incubator, but for students. And we're working with students across the U.S., but helping them with seed funding, mentorship, and really working on mindsets, like growth mindset, fear of failure, just all that sort of stuff. So we're really excited about the programs we're working on, the students we're working with, and all the new products and ideas that are going to come from that.
Very cool.
With Accenture, I'm in a new project. So I myself do a lot of the wash, rinse, and repeat. So right now I'm in the wash phase. What that means is this client is, they're in the new part of the journey. So I'm excited. We've got the work, we've stabilized, and for FY23, we've actually started talking about automation, and that's where I get excited. We have ideas of what we can do. It's HR work that we're supporting this social media company, and so I'm excited to take it to the next level. Again, that's where the technology gets to kick in versus looking at the paper stuff, right? That's the boring part for me. So for me, that's my next journey, get into automation. So it's exciting.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking time out of your day, joining us, being very thoughtful, and opening up about your specific journeys, and to the audience for your awesome questions. Please seek out anybody if they resonated, their story resonated with you. That's what these types of events are for. So I encourage you all to, again, reach out, and thanks so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. We're actually flipping the stage. Oh, yeah.
Hello, hello. Thank y'all so much for your attention and for, oh, those are big stairs, y'all. I don't want you to watch me fall. Okay, so we made an announcement about y'all coming in and filling in if you can. If you're on the edge and can scoot in a little closer to people next to you, please, please do. we are getting the stage set for some amazing folks to come on. This is our keynote chat coming up next. So thank y'all so much. And please come fill in if you're back there in the back. Thank y'all for being here.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. See, all of y'all are.
Listen up, everyone. We're about to get started.
I mean, if you can definitely sit more in the front. I don't know, I guess that's something that's installed in us when we were little, like nobody wanted to sit in the front. It's still, as adults, we still do that. Like, no one wants to sit in the front.
There might be surprises on the front seat if you come sit up here. I'm just saying. I know there's brave people out there.
The bar, that's what that is. Prizes at the bar. It's cooler from what I hear in the front, right? Okay. So thank y'all for coming this afternoon from y'all's schedules. My name is Ruth Emiliano, and I am a software engineer associate manager at AFS, which is Accenture. So thank you, Capital Factory, for having me here. We're very excited. We actually teamed up with them for a couple of programs for the past couple of years, and it's because they definitely, well, they like Accenture, but they also believe in our business, and they believe in diversity. And if you don't know about Accenture, we are a firm that's very innovative, right? We're definitely a firm that is fast-paced, right? Like we think that we got it, by next week something else came new. That's just the technology itself, how it is. And so we retain the best talent, and I think that's what makes us a great company. Definitely, I can sit here and tell y'all that Accenture's best kept secret, and I'm standing here with y'all, is basically our people. That is what truly makes Accenture who we are to the community. And so we have the privilege of having these dialogues about everybody accelerating as a community, making sure that we are not just a company that just walks, but a company that is very committed to what they say. Especially, for example, our CEO that recently pledged a very bold goal and stated by 2025 in the US, we are going to have we're going from 9.25% to 12% of Latinx and Hispanics in our firm. That's a huge, bold goal. And I absolutely adore. So with her stating that, that comes down right to the very bottom of us, making sure that us as leaders within the company make sure that keeps us accountable. So having these dialogues and being out here in the community is just one thing that Accenture does. But enough about Accenture. But I'm gonna go ahead and introduce to y'all Mark and Eugene as the speakers for today.
Thank you very much. Hey, welcome everybody. So how many of you guys have been in the Capital Factory space, the tech support space before? How many first time? Oh, very good. Wow, thank you for coming. And I hope you'll come more. I don't know if you guys got to check out the Gaming Lab or the museum, or there's a really great restaurant with a bunch of different offering. But this was an economic development project launched here from the military and from San Antonio that I think is doing really good work in the neighborhood. So we're really excited about all the kids that it's bringing here. And of course, this is a very Hispanic part of San Antonio that was underdeveloped, particularly after the military moved out. So we at Capital Factory are very excited to be here and be contributing to the community. I'm really happy to have my old friend Mark here. Mark Madrid, who is a presidential appointee and deputy administrator of the SBA and in charge of entrepreneurial opportunities. I'll read a little bit more about it because he's in charge of so many things it's hard to keep track. He reports directly to the SBA administrator, who's Isabella Guzman, who's on the cabinet. And Mark heads is one of the SBA lead officials. He heads the unit with 1 million small businesses that oversees educational and technical resources of the SBA, which includes a network of small business development centers, women's business centers, SCORE regional innovation clusters, Office of Entrepreneurship Education, and the SBA's Online Learning Center. He supports the Agency of Native Americans and leads the American Rescue Plan, $100 million Community Navigator pilot program, which he created alongside his team. Mark was previously the CEO of the Stanford Latino Business Initiative, and before that, we were friends and colleagues back in Austin when he headed up as CEO of the Hispanic Chamber. If I'm not mistaken, you were the Houston Hispanic Chamber before, no?
That's right.
Yeah. Mark was the 2020 recipient of Latino Leaders Maestro Award. He's received recognition as Courage in Government by the National Business Inclusion, and it's supposed to be secret, but don't tweet it out. He will be listed as one of the 100 most influential Latinos in America here very soon. Here, here. Mark is a Jefferson Award recipient and an honorary colonel in the U.S. military. He has an honors graduate from the University of Texas, and he got his master's degree at Notre Dame. You know, just the folks that know Mark, and I know he has several friends here, we're just really, really proud that he's such a high-level presidential appointee working in a part of government that brings so many resources and intellectual capital to Latinos and all Americans. So, Mark, thank you for joining us.
Oh, Eugene, thank you. Thank you. It's great to be back home in Texas. And if Ruth, congratulations. I mean, congratulations on your ascension at Accenture and representing the company so well. And to Eugene, I mean, you have been the embodiment of not only civic engagement for many years, but also innovation. You're strategic, but most importantly, you have a big heart, so thank you for that. And of course, Capital Factory has been demonstrative in terms of innovation, supporting our Latinx tech startups. And this place, I want to thank those of you from San Antonio. This place here, Kelly Air Force Base. I grew up in Texas, so I remember Kelly Air Force Base and how this has been transformed and how Latino and Latina entrepreneurs have a seat at this table. I needed to go to the little boys' room, and I'm very curious about my surroundings. And I saw that gaming center, and I've never seen anything like that. I mean, to have this opportunity here and this transformation is remarkable. So I'm thrilled to be here. It's very important to us. It's important to me. It's important to the administrator, the highest ranking Latina in the federal government, Latina Administrator Isabella Casillas Guzman, leading the way at the SBA. She says it all the time that small businesses are the giants of our economy. And they are. They're responsible for 2/3 new net jobs, half of America's workforce. And so I'm just thrilled to report to her. And she sends her regards. She was very excited that I was here because of the topic at hand. We're talking about tech startups, Latina and Latino tech startups and innovative startups. So I'm here. I hope we can have a conversation about resources, about the challenges of the day. I always say it's the highest honor imaginable, serving U.S. small business owners. And of course, you know the heart that I have. There's a lot of my best friend network in this audience, and it gets me emotional just thinking of what we've been through together, the ups and downs. but the journey of ganas is what I call that, to support small businesses. I come from a small business family. I'll end there. Mi papa, my mom and dad met in the cotton fields in the South Plains of Texas, migrant farm workers. So they didn't have a, beyond a third grade education on my mom, and my dad graduated junior high in the 8th grade, and that was it. So, but I do say that they had a PhD in life, and they built a welding business in the Texas Panhandle. If you drive through there, you'll see the cattle pens and the grain elevators that my dad built that would stand the test of time. I wouldn't be here, but for a small business Latino, business owner supported by my mother, and they built that business for 40 years. And what makes this position even so much more important for me, I call it gravestone material. The gravestone only has a certain number of characters that you can have on here. This is it, because my dad died from COVID-19, and my mom was on the COVID floor, and I thought I was going to lose both of them while I was leading that program at Stanford there in Abilene, Texas. So I lost my father back in the summer of 2020, and I dedicate this service to him as a small business owner, as a Latino small business owner, and coming from a family-owned business. And I know you all can relate to that.
Well, here. And since many of you don't know Capital Factory, let me just share a little bit extra. So, one of my dearest friends in the world, Josh Bear, started Capital Factory. We debated whether it's 15 years ago or 12 years ago. Meg, we never can settle on the date. But, Josh is this not tall, bald Jew. And he is really empathetic to communities. So, I'm this brown queer, in the business world who has been out as a proud gay man for 40 years. And when I came out in the business community in Austin, I was a tech banker, and then I was a tech entrepreneur. It wasn't easy. But what I will say is Josh immediately, when I kind of retired, recruited me to be part of Capital Factory. We started having these events for Latinos, for blacks in tech, for LGBTQ. We put money behind it. We've recruited, the ecosystem of the portfolio companies in Austin, and we're trying to do this around the country, or around the state, is much more robust with black entrepreneurs, brown entrepreneurs, and LGBTQ entrepreneurs, because of the intentional focus, not only on the financial capital, but we've given away, hundreds of thousands of dollars in some of the showcases that we've done, but more importantly, the IP, the intellectual property. When the panel was talking a little bit ago, like, how do you learn to be as confident as everybody else when you're a Latino? Well, number one, you don't apologize for messing up. Failure is just, my partner, Stephen, says, fail is fast applied iterative learning. It is just a path. It is just a stepping stone along the path of success. And very confident, white people from successful families know that, and they don't apologize and they don't get, teary-eyed and go duck away. They're like, oh man, I got to do it better next time. So we all need to do that too, and you need to be confident, and you need to celebrate your successes. As an investor, I'm simply asking people, what did you learn from that failure? Until they can articulate what they learned, almost monetize it, then I might not want to invest in them again. But I look for people that have learned those lessons. Mark has worked with as many Latino entrepreneurs as anyone, I think, in the country. And not only from what you're learning at SBA, Mark, but what you learned at Stanford and what you learned at the Hispanic chambers. What is your observation about successful or on the path to success Latino entrepreneurs?
Well, I think the future is very bright for our economy, and it's because we've got to invest in Latina and Latino entrepreneurs. That's the bottom line. I've been fortunate. What I didn't share with you is that I built a banking career that started on Wall Street in 1994, and then I had to shut down a bank in the height of the Great Recession in 2008. That was the pivot that led me to strike the passion meter and to serve Latino and Latina entrepreneurs. And I started the second half of my career at the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, from being one step from being the president of a bank to the most transformative career moment in my life, selling small business memberships at a Hispanic chamber in Houston. And I learned so much about those small businesses and I continued on my career and through the Greater Austin Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I see Luis over here who succeeded me as CEO of the Greater Austin Hispanic Chamber of Commerce back, gosh, it seems like many years ago, right, at this point. And then taking the helm of the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative and the Latino Business Action Network. What I learned is that when you put Latina and Latina entrepreneurs together, you know, we had a motto, and many of you that I see in the audience went through that scaling program at Stanford. We had a motto, do business with each other and get business for each other. It's as simple as that. I don't subscribe to that crab syndrome crap that I hear about. I'm like, I know about many instances where Latino entrepreneurs and Latina entrepreneurs work together. And the best way that I can demonstrate that is a powerful example. Back in March of 2020, a Latina entrepreneur called me, Maria. And literally, I remember like it was yesterday, Maria Palacios. And she called me with her infant daughter on one hand over here, talking to me with this cell phone. I heard her other cell phone ringing in her back pocket. She said, Mark, we lost 90% of our revenue last week. What are we going to do? So flashback to March 2020. I said, Maria, I don't have all the answers, but what I can commit to you is I'm going to be with you, and this network is going to be with you every step of the way. And so what she was doing, she owns a company, Progeny Coffee, that it has a social impact cause attached to it. It's a coffee farmers helping them in Central and South America. But she did everything we asked her to do. Get certified, procure with the tech firms out here in the Silicon Valley, and she did all that. And she was procuring coffee with the likes of Facebook, Intuit, and all the companies there. So when the pandemic happened, the lockdown happened, you know, and everybody working remotely, well, we don't need your coffee any longer. I mean, there's nobody coming into the offices. So all she did was at that moment, she called another Latina entrepreneur in tech that she had met through the program, and she said, I need to transform my B2B business to B2C. Can you help me build something? And quick. And once you know it, just 3 or 4 months later, she was featured on Good Morning America, and just a couple of nights ago had a flash at the Emmys and raised Series A. That's what I'm talking about. It's just a small example, but I hold a lot of hope when it comes to breaking down these challenges that we have in terms of access to capital, especially in this space. We've got a long way to go, but I'm inspired and I'm hopeful about this resilience.
Look, about 25 years ago, Mark wasn't quite in Austin yet, but a group of friends of mine and I started something called the Austin CDC, Austin Community Development Financial Institution. It's now People Fund. It's the largest CDFI in the state. But you know, we were just trying to give small business entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs creating jobs in low-income communities capital to grow those jobs. And one of the things we've learned is, oh my God, no one is as entrepreneurial as poor people and working class people who juggle things back and forth constantly. You know, all the little tiendas on the corners, and you know, the grandmothers that make tamales and sell them at the husband's, you know, work, or the people that come around and, you know, we're selling tacos a lot longer than other people were eating tacos. But so we've been entrepreneurial forever, and it was about, we needed to embed the idea of scale and growth among a lot of people that were for a long time entrepreneurial. So we learned that the intellectual capital was even more important than the financial capital we were giving people. And where you know, many people might grow up next to lawyers and marketers or accountants, so they can get information off the street, you know, in their peer groups. Many of the people that we were trying to help didn't have access to that. So when we created forums for a more successful, longer serving entrepreneur to meet with more startup entrepreneurs, that contributed to success even more than the financial capital that we would loan them. So I'm just encouraging all of us to form these teams and to ask the resources that you need. One of the great things about Capital Factory is we know the mentor network is our superpower. And we have an extraordinary network of mentors, especially from Texas, but all around the country. So if you need access to someone that knows about a problem that you're dealing with, talk to our folks here at Capital Factory. Mark, talk about the macroeconomic challenges facing all entrepreneurs right now, and what is the SBA doing to help?
It's a tough time. I mean, can I see a raise of hands of who are the small business owners and entrepreneurs in the audience? You deserve a big round of applause. Let's start there. Because right now, it is difficult economic challenges. We're facing inflation. We're facing supply chain vulnerabilities. We're facing digitizing. We're expanding into new markets, workforce development, childcare. I can go on and on and on. It is real. And so what we're doing is making sure that we can provide resources going all the way up to the administration, what we've accomplished with the bipartisan infrastructure law, and recently with the Inflation Reduction Act, and even with the CHIPS Act, and the American Rescue Plan, frankly, which I know a lot about because I erected with the team a $100 million Community Navigator pilot program to reach the smallest of the small throughout all 50 states in Puerto Rico. And so what it's about for us is making sure that we walk the talk and we provide solutions and best practices, awareness for our small business ecosystem. I'm fortunate that the administrator charged me with constructing a national webinar series with Small Business Majority, a nonprofit, and so we're addressing these issues. And we launched this series just a couple of weeks ago and had subject matter experts on supply chain vulnerabilities and making sure that it was something that was approachable, digestible, and that we followed up with materials. Our next one, if you're interested, is September the 20th on inflation. So we're going to do that again, and we're going to follow that up with all the critical items that you're facing today, because we don't want to, we want to address these situations head on. So that's what we're doing.
You know, you're making me think of, here's another thing I think that our community, Latinos, are disadvantaged by, is we're taught by our families to be bootstrapped. Don't go take government programs. Don't access, you know, you got to earn it. Don't take charity. Now, how many people have heard people like Elon Musk tweet about government subsidies are bad and, you know, they ought to cut down? If you guys know that he's taken $6 billion worth of government subsidies. You know, part of the success formula is accessing all the programs that you can. And it's not charity, it's not handouts. These are economic development tools created by the government to grow our economy. And, you know, through Capital Factory, again, you can learn about, just through DOD, there are so many different forms of capital, many that are not even dilutive from an equity perspective, but are forward contracts that will give you development opportunities. So be sure to explore. In the SBA, how many people have done any business with the SBA? Raise your hand. That's abysmal.
One person. Does he one? Okay.
Look, there's 2 or 3, but everyone should be aware of the different programs that they have, and if you can qualify for something, get it. Take access of it. Mark, tell us about some of the programs.
Yeah, well, the federal government is the #1 purchaser in the world, and so the world of certification procurement. Who really feels in this audience that you know that 100, you know, on a scale from 1 to 10, that you know it, 10 being the highest knowledge possible, at a 7 or higher? That's what I thought.
That fly likes you. So.
Yeah. Goodness. Well, just like that persistent fly, I mean, you've got to be persistent in this space. And because it is, I do strongly feel that it is a worthy space. And I'll tell you why. It's because I've seen tech startups leverage the resources of the SBA, like our, who knows that we have at the SBA an Office of Investment and Innovation. The acronym is OII. I'm glad I'm here. Yeah. I'm glad I'm here. Because in that, if you do me a favor, because I always think of when we come to these conferences or these seminars, these convenings, it's an opportunity cost. And that cost right now is time. Time is a precious commodity. So I submit for your consideration that you have 2 or 3 takeaways from this session with Eugene right now, that the conversation that we're having. One of them might be take 5 undistracted minutes So no cell phone or multitasking. I know that's hard. And go to SBA.gov, like Small Business Administration, SBA.gov, and go to your Office of Investment and Innovation and learn about our SBIR and STTR programs and our SBIC, the Small Business Investment Company. Learn about those programs, because what we're doing is investing in tech startups and advanced firms and scale firms. That's why scaling is very important.
Mark, get specific.
Yep.
Give me a bullet list
Yep.
of the types of things that they might be able to access.
Well, first of all, before access to capital, it's access to knowledge.
Yeah, which is huge.
Yeah, so knowledge and getting informed on what the program is and what it takes to get qualified. It has to start there, and it's the same with certification procurement, because I don't want to over-market something and not give you the reality check that you've got to learn the networks and you've got to learn how you become eligible for those programs. What's at stake is millions and millions of dollars to help companies that are doing R&D and are in the tech space. When it comes to procurement, just one quick on that, in terms of DoD, what's available is procurement dollars, meaning procuring with the federal government, but that takes a step. You've got to become certified, which is almost like your mark of approval to do business with the federal government. So that's across all the federal agencies. We're talking Department of Defense, we're talking about HHS, we're talking everything, Department of Energy. And what that does as well, and I'll close with this in 20 seconds, is think of that as an opportunity not only to procure with the federal government, but think about procuring with municipal governments and county governments, with transportation, with the metro, with the airports, with the independent school districts. And it takes a while to get everything done, but I've seen so many companies prosper from it.
But don't only think of it as procurement, because those forward purchase contracts can be used for development. Right. So you have a tool or a service or a product that you think is going to serve someone's need well, the military or another branch of the government. If you are needing capital to get there, to get over the hump so that you have a viable product, you may qualify to get advanced purchase contracts that if it doesn't work out, you don't have a financial liability at the end. They're investing in the development risk with you. And it doesn't dilute the equity as if you went and got outside investors. So a moment ago he goes, the information is at least as important. I swear to you, the intellectual capital is more important than the financial capital to be successful. And don't just chase the money. Chase that you know that you have all the information you can possibly get. You have the network that you can get. And then you're going to make a lot smarter decisions about money. You know, money is always critically important. I get that. But if I had to choose one or the other in the start, it's the information. So I didn't take bad capital, and or I didn't make bad decisions about diluting.
That's where we've been aligned for so many years. Is at first I might have thought it's all about the money. And then I've subscribed to this principle: get to know the banker before you need the money. Get to know the VC before you need the money. Get to know the CDFI before you need the money. And that's still true. But what we're saying here is this part: you want to become an informed agent of your own destiny. And so knowledge is power. I've seen the most successful Latina and Latino entrepreneurs in this space and other spaces be the front row student. And it didn't always work out. Some of the things that they went to were duds. They were a waste of time. But every one of them has said none of those educational opportunities was a waste of time. And it's about stories for me, because I've got to tell one right now that Luis knows about. And it's about Rosa Santana, here, Latina entrepreneur in San Antonio. So Toyota called her one day, and they said this: we're interested in you building a part for the Toyota Tundra. She said, I own a staffing company. Are you calling the right person? Yes, we are, because we've seen you acquire knowledge. We've seen you in this, whether we're having something in Detroit or wherever the case may be, at all these conferences, and you're a certified Latina entrepreneur. Just the bottom line is now she has a company here in San Antonio, and she's building that part for Toyota Tundra. So
getting certified for government contracts. I chair the board of the Austin Airport, and we're in a $4.5 billion. It'll probably be $6. I can't be quite. Anyway, it's $4.5 billion build program right now, and I can't tell you how many contracts come before us that have no minority or women-owned business participation. And two years ago, right before the pandemic, one was for janitorial services. So $1.6 million contract for janitorial services. I'm like, are you telling me you can find no women or Latinos or blacks to clean the building? They're like, they're not registered. We can't give them the contract. I'm like, what the hell? Number one, I'm mad at the SMBR program in the city saying it's your fault that people aren't registered. But, you know, shame on us because we're not registered to get access to those programs that people are making a lot of money on. Mark, we're going to take one more question before we go to the audience. Sure. Why is entrepreneurship important to the Latino community? What can we as entrepreneurs contribute to the Latino community?
Well, yeah, well, we're one of the fastest growing segments in entrepreneurship in the country. And now we have the research to back it up. I was fortunate to be a part of that research. You can pull it up at the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative and look at the annual surveys, the most significant research of its kind in U.S. history. But there's other research items that you all have been a part of here. So now it's about the data. The data is speaking in terms of economic influence. And not only that, we now have a data on Latino purchasing power. We have a concept called Latino GDP that my dear friend Sol Trujillo and others are working on. They're refreshing that every single year. In fact, the latest research is going to be unveiled in about 2 weeks from now at Latitude, at the Latitude Conference in San Diego, if you're interested in joining that. I know there's several of you that are going there. But that's what it's going to take, is to now live out the data. So why it's important, I shared my story, but I don't walk alone. Every one of you, I'm sure, has an entrepreneurship DNA example that runs true in your family. And through that, logic model-wise, we can transform communities. And we can transform not only our Latino community, but we can transform the U.S. economy. Because investing in this community is not just the right thing to do, it makes great business sense. That's the bottom line.
And, you know, here. I'm remembering one thing I told Mark when we were on the phone earlier is, let's make sure we tell people about pattern recognition. So for those of you that are out trying to raise capital, and this is true with my black friends and with women, you know, the VCs, most of the VCs are coming out of Ivy League schools. You know, most of them went to a lot of them went to the same prep schools. Most of them went to the same MBA programs. It's changing a lot better today than it was 3 years ago, but still it's true. And these guys aren't big risk takers. You know, they get graded, they're going to make partner, they're going to have better capital allocations the more successes they have, but particularly that they don't have significant failures. And the way they know to do this is to invest in the same type of entrepreneurs and companies that have made them money before. Look, they're all, with very few exceptions, they all want to invest in more black, brown, and female-led companies. But that's risky. That isn't the pattern recognition that's embedded in them, in their culture, about where success is going to come from. So when we're pitching to them, we must acknowledge that pattern recognition, and we ought to proactively explain why we're a good bet outside of that range of past successes. And if you don't know Tristan Walker and some of the Latino and the black entrepreneurs that have raised millions and millions of dollars in this country and are now dissecting and talking about it, go online and find them and listen to what they have to say about what can get us over these hurdles. I want to take questions from the audience now. Who's got a question for Mark? Yes, and we've got a microphone coming up here.
Eugene, Mark, thank you. You guys are both excellent storytellers, and I think storytelling is a very useful and important, almost necessary skill to raise funds. So what are your tactics? How did you get so good at it? Where do you find inspiration from? What are some things you can share with us? Thank you.
Oh my gosh, what a great question. I'm glad you asked that question because I'm on the edge of my seat. You gotta be a storyteller. That's the bottom line. In addition to all the things that we're advising, and that just comes through practice. You know, I just got off the phone with Tony Aguilar when we realized that we're gonna be here together on the same day. And all he's done is leverage Capital Factory and so many other places, 500 startups. He's going to Latitude Ventures, the Latitude that I mentioned just a couple of moments ago in San Diego. And all he's doing through his company, Chipper, is thank you, President Biden, for the student loan forgiveness.
And he was part of the Stanford program that you ran.
He was part of the Stanford program that I was talking about. But when President Biden announced the student loan forgiveness, all he's doing is creating an app to make that as easy as possible for those that qualify for that program. But he knows how to tell a good story. And now he's telling that story to me. I'm going to make sure that tell that story accordingly, right? Because this involves something that we're doing at the administration. I just got off the phone with Kirsty Baranay, who has just launched a company, Clear Sparrow, and all she's doing is creating a third-person verification for dating apps. In other words, if you're on one of those dating apps and both of you agree that you want a safety check or background check on the other person and you both opt in, this technology is going to provide that pathway. But she knows how to tell a good story because she said, Mark, do you have 90 seconds, she said. I said, for you, yeah, let me figure this out. But I can get 90 seconds. So I think what you have to do is go hear these pitch competitions that involve these folks that I'm telling you about. They're also on the web. They're also on YouTube. And then what I would say is don't sell yourself short because you have a great story to tell. There's only one of you uniquely formed. So trying to find what that unique and distinguished factor is about yourself, envelope that into all the social and intellectual capital that we've talked about, and then tell the story of the company. And also, the biggest thing that I can tell you is don't go over the time that's given to you. If it's 5 minutes, do not be in the danger zone. I mean, you want to craft that to where it's 4 minutes and 15 seconds. If it's 2 minutes, you want to make it a minute and 15 seconds. That right there, just that principle alone of being succinct and getting your point across in the shortest amount of time and don't ramble. You know, when I hear myself like you're about to ramble, I stop.
There. Look, and what Latino can't tell a story already? I mean, give me a break. That's a competitive advantage. Who's next? What question? Good.
Hi, I'm Frank Robles. My partner Rick and I are making an innovative fintech solution for commercial construction. We've been working on it for about 2 years. We're about to launch it. How should we work with the SBA?
Yeah, so first of all, it's just being aware of what you're doing, right? So I look forward to, after this session, to finding out about how can you email me some more information about your company, and whether it's the SBA or through these connections that we have.
Start with People Fund, maybe.
Yeah,
that will help you.
That's right. That's right.
Assess where you should go to SBA.
The CDFI that he talked about in terms of People Fund, Lift Fund, all the ones that are available. CDFI, I call it a bridge to a traditional capital, and so People Fund is an excellent place to start. But I want to know exactly what you're doing, in the synopsis form. Whether it's the executive summary or one page or whatever else, direct me to your website.
And only call People Fund because I'm the board chair emeritus for that.
Okay.
Okay. Next question. No, and SBA. I mean, and I was joking. Who's got another question for Mark or me? All right. Well, we have a couple more minutes. Should I take them, Haley, till 2:30? We got 3 minutes. Okay. Mark, what haven't people asked you that people should be asking?
Well, there's a challenge with the number of diverse founders that we have in these influential positions to be in VC firms or, family lending offices or whatever the case might be, angels, etc. I'm so glad about this panel that's coming up. Jorge times 2. We have 2 Jorges, Kat and Francisco. But I want you to listen intently to people in these spaces. And the other thing is, well, how are we going to change that? Well, we've got to have more people of color investing in people of color and showing that example, right? But also, how do you get into these spaces? You're going to have to create resources, whatever that means, to get to these places outside of your own terrain. So I've seen some powerful examples through the work that we're doing at the SBA and the leadership style that I have. Why can't somebody in Alaska communicate and partner with somebody in Connecticut? Different attitudes, different personalities, different ways of life, but that's happening all over the country. So now that we have the advent of virtual spaces, do that, but also be in person as much as you can when the timing is right based upon the CDC requirements and the statutories in that area, and go meet more people and expand your networks.
Here, here. So let's give a round of applause to our Administrator of Entrepreneurship Development. And listen, thank you guys for having the dedication to come today. That's a huge part of it, showing up. Someone mentioned something about imposter syndrome. All people have imposter syndrome. White, black, brown, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how successful you are. If you're pushing the boundaries, you're always going to have imposter syndrome. And if you're not pushing the boundaries, you're not going far enough. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, hello, can you guys hear me? Hi. Thank you for sticking around. I know we're kind of in between sessions. I wanted to say hi. I'm Wendy Garner. I am, my company is Point of Care Health Services. You may have seen our mobile unit in the parking lot when you walked in. We are a part of the Capital Factories ecosystem. We are a portfolio company. We joined a little over a year ago. We are on site today providing COVID antibody testing and COVID boosters. So if you have not gotten your booster, we're right outside and we can take care of that for you. And we started this company for these very reasons, to bring health and wellness to organizations and overcome the barriers of people getting to a lab or a doctor's office where it might be crowded and contagious. And we go to large organizations to serve them with wellness screening, drug testing, virus testing, it's still around, and genetic testing. We just brought in genetic testing, which is cutting edge in a way to customize health and wellness to the individual. We also just brought in a really cool new retina scanner. A number of conditions can be uncovered in the eye, including diabetic retinopathy, which gets missed upwards of 35% of the time. So come see us. We also provide little treats as a, sorry we had to stick you, hope you feel better, in the Capital Factory theme of superheroes and having your COVID antibodies. So come see us. And I would like to introduce Luis Patino at this time.
Thank you, Wendy. Hello, everybody. How we doing? It's, I think we got a little bathroom break, and everybody's coming back. It's nice to see some familiar faces here in San Antonio. You know, I'm really excited about being here. What an amazing, amazing place. We drove down this morning, my wife and I, from Austin. Didn't really know what to expect and arrived here, and we're just flabbergasted at how amazing and how beautiful it is. And for somebody that lived in San Antonio for a little bit over a year, it's just, you know, a very proud moment to see how far we've come since the last time we lived here. So really, really amazing. One of the things that I wanted to start with is just a little bit of historical context and kind of walk you guys a little bit through the journey that I've been on in the media space, some of the intersections with technology, and then really get into the importance of diversity as we think about not just technology, not just the media, but social impact and some of the ways that entrepreneurs and startups could potentially partner with us as the media, okay? So a little bit of historical context. Those of you that may or may not know, the Spanish language media space, the Latino media space, really all started here in San Antonio, Texas. So you should all be very proud that television, Spanish language television as we now know it, before there was a Univision, before there was a Telemundo, before there was any streamers, you had KWX Channel 41 here in San Antonio, Texas in 1955. Started when in 1955, as you will remember, you couldn't even speak Spanish in parts of Texas. So you want to talk about an organization that was really founded on principles of mission and purpose. That's really what Spanish language media was here. So you have television that was founded here, you have radio that was founded here. KCOR is no coincidence. KCOR is because it was Mr. Cortés who started Spanish language radio. And then you had the Lozano family who started La Prensa, the first iteration of La Prensa here in San Antonio, Texas. Then they moved to Los Angeles and started La Opinión. Aside from that, you also had the first ever Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, which wasn't the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, it was the Mexican Chamber of Commerce. And it started here in San Antonio, Texas, not to mention other advocacy groups. So when you think about innovation at its core, and you think about large media organizations that are now global, like Univision Televisa, like Telemundo, which is owned by NBC Universal / Comcast, you think about these large organizations, many of them have their roots to right here in San Antonio, Texas, which is pretty amazing. So you think about what has happened since those organizations really took flight, and you think about what has happened in the media space. I was 25 years at Univision before recently joining public media. And I saw a lot of ups and downs, a lot of interruptions, and a lot of technology advances that really took us from a linear broadcast world to an HD world, to a digital world, and most recently, all of the disruption that we're seeing because of technology mostly. Companies like Netflix, companies like Hulu and Disney Plus, and all of these streamers who have now basically, in terms of engagement, really overtaken linear viewing, right? So when you look at linear viewing, whether it's television or whether it's audio, radio listening, the digital streamers, again, whether it's on the audio side, whether it's Spotify, Apple Music, or on the television side, whether it's the broadcasters versus the streamers, it's the digital streamers in both audio and video that are really having the renaissance, right? So when you talk about television, you really need to now think about it as video. When you talk about radio, you really now need to think about it as audio. And they're really having a renaissance. So when people say, oh, television is dying, radio is dying, okay, maybe that specific platform is not as relevant for those of us that have teenagers. When's the last time they sat in front of the television to watch prime time, Thursday night movie? Or when's the last time you turned on your car and they turned on the radio and they said, hey, put it on KISS FM 102.7. They don't even know what that means, right? So we have all had to adapt to these new technologies. But the beauty of it, and one of the reasons that I wanted to stay in media, is because we are also having a renaissance. There is more video consumption happening today than ever. It's just not happening on television. There is more audio consumption than ever. It's just not happening on the radio, right? Podcasts. Think about how many of us listen to podcasts, and think about how that has disrupted the media ecosystem. So it's really a wonderful, amazing opportunity. And for those of us in the media space, I think it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we are also being very, very intentional about the type of content that we put out there, right? At Univision, for example, for years we had pillars that are very critical to the community. We were always focused on education. We were always focused on health and wellness. We were always focused on civic engagement. But one of the areas that I think was always a blind spot was we didn't do enough to really help small businesses and entrepreneurs, especially Latino small businesses and entrepreneurs. And if you think about who we are as a community at our core, many of us, that's where we come from. My father was an entrepreneur. I'm sure many of your parents, whether it was here or in your country of origin, we're entrepreneurs. We have a very, very spirited entrepreneurial background. It's in our DNA. So I think us as the media, we really needed to find our way as to how do we intersect with communities like this? How do we become part of sort of that incubator ecosystem? And I think the role that we have to play, because of our ability to scale information, because of our ability to reach the masses, is through education and informing and empowering. And that's really where we've focused our time, and where I think that as I stand here in front of you, I would love for you to think about and reach out to people like me or in other media spaces to say, what could we do to promote future entrepreneurs? What could we do better to partner with people like Mark Madrid, who's a dear friend, at the SBA? They do amazing work. The SBDC does amazing work. All of these different incubators, whether it's here in San Antonio, in Austin, in LA, in the Bay Area, there are tons of young Latino entrepreneurs and others, right? We also can't forget about sort of the Chamber of Commerce crowd, if you will, right? They're doing amazing work, but many times they need more information in language, right? We think about what happened during the pandemic. During the pandemic at Univision, we made it a point to start a whole new entrepreneurship and small business platform called Posible. Why Posible? Porque todo es posible, right? So, and we did a really, really intentional job of making sure that we said, you know what, there's nobody doing this work at scale for the Hispanic community in language and in culture. That was the key, in language and in culture. So we did that, and we launched it through a radio show. We launched it through television programming. We launched it through summits. In fact, we did a big summit. We started with Posible LA, then we went Posible Austin, then we went Posible Dallas, Houston. I think we tried to do something here small in San Antonio. But the whole point was, how do we get this information and this lack of information and get it to people in their language of comfort so that they know how to fill out the PPP loans, right? We know what a challenge that was for small businesses and entrepreneurs, especially if you really weren't well versed in making sure that you had all of your paperwork in line, that you had an attorney, that you had a CPA. So again, I think our role in the media and our ability to connect, to inform, and to empower is really one of the areas that we could probably do a much better job in. It's one of the areas that I know the folks at Univision really focused on. And now that I'm in public media and I get to even affect the lives and the opportunities of more people, it's one of the areas that we're going to be focused on, which is really one of the reasons that I'm standing here today, because I took a visit to Capital Factory and met with Joshua Bear there in Austin, took a tour of the facility. They asked, and some of the startups asked, what are some of the things that you in the media space really need more of? And I think those are the conversations that really start to get interesting. Out of that conversation came an idea about a startup that is really helping in the music IP, trademark, and copywriting space, because we, as Austin PBS, which I'm now the president and CEO of in Austin, we produce Austin City Limits. So since we produce Austin City Limits, we have this sort of unique platform, this unique product that we need to find ways to unlock a 48-year-old archive. So we have 48 seasons of Austin City Limits that airs across the country that has, you know, Coldplay, Foo Fighters, Juanes, all this amazing content, but we have yet to figure out a way to unlock it and to really create value with it, because it's sort of just sitting there. There's a lot of rights issues, there's a lot of trademark issues, and we need to solve for that. So if just little old Austin PBS has these huge opportunities, other media companies are in the same boat, right? We're all trying to figure out the streaming space, yes. But what's really unique about the PBS space is that you're really at this, what I think is an amazing intersection of mission, purpose, and a modern media company. Yes, we also happen to be nonprofits. Yes, we happen to have a different type of business model. But I think the public media space, whether it's your local NPR station, whether it's your PBS station, is really uniquely positioned to do some amazing work that some of the commercial broadcasters just cannot. So I would highly encourage you to think about ways that you can talk to your local media entities, whether it's public media, commercial media. Trust me, we have a lot of issues to solve. We have huge opportunity because of this renaissance that we were talking about in the audio space and the video space. I think that we are uniquely positioned to also do great work in the social impact space, in the DEIA space. So there's lots of opportunity, and I think that's probably a good spot for me to take a pause and see if you have any questions for me. Again, I'm a big fan of everything that entrepreneurs are doing, that the startup community is doing, and would love to see if I can answer any questions from a media executive who's been doing this for quite some time and is still trying to solve for some of these challenges. Yes, sir. Beto.
So a lot of people often now say that any company, whether they want to or not, is a healthcare company because they have employees that you manage their health, and by the products or services you offer, you perhaps espouse a kind of health or lifestyle. Do you see this new renaissance in terms of video and audio moving into spaces where you're becoming more of a healthcare company, not just a media company traditionally?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and it's really, I think, an impactful statement because, yes, we're not just media companies. You know, when you think about social impact, when you think about healthcare, when you think about what happened during the pandemic, we basically turned into a healthcare organization because it was, especially in California, you know, we needed, it was just, there was so much demand for information because of the misinformation that was out there, right? There's so much demand for the type of information that sometimes people don't get. And I'll go back to sort of my roots. In language, there's very few people who are doing it in a culturally relevant way in language. And let's face it, our demographics, I don't know if you guys just saw Texas Monthly or Texas Tribune just put out data this morning. 49% of Texas is now Latino. We're on the verge of a minority-majority state. And our kids are already around 50%, right? So when you think about the Hispanic community and you think about sort of your organization and what is your superpower, it's really to be excellent in diversity. It's really to make sure that your data and your insights allow you to do the best job possibly of reaching out and addressing the concerns of the largest growing demographic group in your city and in your state. And in the case of healthcare, that is something that the media definitely has to continue to play a part of.
Hi, my name is Charlie Sarmiento from Guatemala. I have two questions. The first one is, have you ever think now that you went to Capital Factory, have you ever think to do something like a Latino Shark Tank / reality show with the entrepreneurs of Capital Factory?
Yeah, listen, I think those of us that chuckled because it's a fabulous idea, right? So we wouldn't be the first ones to think about it. It's been tried, not at scale and not successfully. I think there's ways to do it. Maybe it's not through a Shark Tank model, but it's certainly through a model where we promote and where we show these aspirational stories to young potential entrepreneurs and show them examples of, you know, Beto and his amazing startup and how he just got $300 million of funding to blah, 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 right? No. But Beto, it's visualization. If it hasn't happened, it's going to happen. We just put it out there into the ecosystem, so it's going to happen. Second question.
And the second one is, I'm in the sports industry, and before coming to Austin to enter the U.S. market with my company, in 1 year I am a sports TV host too for Claro Sports. So in 1 year I interview more than 50 young athletes to promote them so they can leverage what they have been doing behind scenes that nobody watched. Have you ever think about doing something in the sports industry for young athletes to propel their sports career?
Yeah, I think that again, that's something that we probably need to do a better job of, but yes, it's done. It's done in the commercial world, right? There's this concept of sort of the student athlete, which is a lot of the stations, TV stations, radio stations promote that. Could we probably do more? But here's the beauty of technology, is you don't need us anymore. You could do it. You start up your own YouTube channel, right? Your own Instagram account, and you can promote them. And what's interesting about that is that then big media sees that, they see how many followers you have, they see how much engagement you have, and then we call you because we need you, right? So I wouldn't wait around. I think that's a fabulous idea, and if you already have that content and it's just sitting there on the shelf, I would figure out a way to put it out there.
Hello, I'm Alfred Montes. Has PBS started looking for a home in the metaverse?
That's a great question. We actually have a conference coming up just to address everything metaverse related. I think we're only having conversations right now. We haven't done anything about it, but if you're an expert in that space, I'd love to talk to you afterwards because we need to get into the metaverse.
It'd be great to catch an ACL show, one of the old shows.
Right? There you go. There you go. Woody, yeah, at the old Studio 6A. That'd be great. Yeah. What else? ¿Quién más? Anybody? We good? All righty. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Good? Okay.
This microphone's working. Now it's working. Now it's working. All right, cool. Well, thank you so much again. I mean, we've had some amazing panelists come through here, some amazing topics, just really great talent of what's going on the entrepreneurial sector here within the Hispanic Latin community here in San Antonio. So without further ado, what I'd love to do is introduce our next panel, which I'm very proud and honored to moderate on, which is the Fundraising Ask Me Anything. So what does that mean, guys? When I say ask me anything, what does that cue you to do? Ask questions. I love it. Okay, sir, you get a prize. Free t-shirt for that man right there. So we're going to do the fundraising AMA. We got really some, three very exciting, talented individuals and leaders in our community and beyond. We have folks from the Bay Area coming. So I'd love to introduce Kat Lison. She's local here, one of our investors from Active Capital. Come on in. Please have a seat. I'd also would love to invite Jorge Calderon. He's a managing director of Inicio Ventures. Come on up. Thank you so much. He's come a long way. Long way from the Bay Area today. And then we have Francisco Garcia from Alamo Angels. Please come on stage, sir. Careful, careful.
Awesome. Where were you that time?
All right, we'll do a quick mic check. Yeah, you want me to check the mic?
Do you have a mic? Yeah, I'm going to give you this. Oh, you have it.
Hold on a second. We got technical difficulties. All right. There we have it, guys. Sorry. Okay, cool. So in today's AMA, I'm just, without further ado, I'm just going to really go across here the stage. First of all, really, again, fundraising is such an important part to the entrepreneurial community, right? It's something that some people find elusive. Like, what is this? What is venture capital? Why do I need to raise fund? Is it bad to get into debt or not get into debt? Why is there advantages to have, a venture capital be supportive of what you're doing in an initiative versus just bootstrapping, right? So today we're going to have a great opportunity just to learn from the very best of this community and beyond. And I just urge you that any question that you have on how you can better interact with these very special individuals and these organizations, no question is too silly or too strange. We're here to help and really bring the community together in understanding what we do each and every day. So I'll just go ahead and, ladies first, Kat Dison, please introduce yourself, a little bio about yourself.
All right, can you hear me? Does that work? Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Kat Dison, and I was born and raised in Corpus Christi, Texas, moved up to San Antonio, attended UTSA, go Road Runners. I've been an operator for 25 years. I've been in tech 17 years. So I'm the co-founder of Active Capital, which is an investment firm here in San Antonio. And prior to that, I spent almost 12 years at Rackspace in a tech firm, and I'd love to get more into it if you ask me questions.
I love it, I love it. So we'll just go right on down the line. So go ahead, Jorge.
Fantastic. So before I start, thank Capital Factory for all this today. By the way, the coffee shop is closed, so we are your caffeine for the rest of the afternoon.
Oh, no.
So before the pitch event, we're going to get you pumped up. And then shout out to, is it Luis? No. Yes. So I'm a Chapin, so Guatemala. Anybody else Guatemalteco here? Yeah? So Charlie. Okay, Charlie. Fantastic. So Jorge Calderon, I am the managing director of Inicio Ventures. We are both a Latinx impact fund manager as well as an ecosystem builder. We are mission driven, so our mandate is to actually create wealth or drive down the wealth gap in the US by supporting and developing both founders and funders. So that's our mandate. I'm based out of the Bay Area. I grew up though in Virginia. Bay Area in the house? Okay, cool. I grew up in Virginia. I came to the United States when I was very young from Guatemala. I'm actually French-Amalan, so combo of French and Guatemalan. More Guatemalan. From Virginia, I ended up going to cold country in the, not cold, cold country in the US. I went to Michigan for my undergrad, ended up going to Boston to work, to Accenture. So that was my first job, Accenture folks. Back when it was still called Anderson, that's how I date myself. And then ended up going to grad school at Kellogg at Northwestern, also in a cold area. Figured out that cold wasn't great for me after 10 years, and then ended up in the Bay Area, which I've been in the last 15 or 16 years. A little bit about my background also. I am a faculty member at UC Berkeley, so I teach entrepreneurship and impact innovation for grad students and undergrads, which I've been doing for the last 10 years.
Hi everyone, I'm Francisco Garcia. I'm with Alamo Angels. We're a growing community of over 70 plus angel investors in the San Antonio area. We're ideally looking to invest in San Antonio-based companies. We have a growing portfolio of over 25 active companies, but we're also open to investing across Texas and across the US and Mexico. So great to be here.
Awesome, thank you. Well, I'm going to actually share your mic. So there, I think you guys can hear us now. So really quick, I mean, you guys are all investors. Obviously, we're all Latinos here, right? That's near and dear to all of our hearts. What made you interested in really kind of concentrating on the Latin community and the Latinx community? And how can, from an investment point of view, what can we do to really do better or maybe bring more Latino entrepreneurship and creativity to the forefront when it comes to investing technologies into the economic space? There you go.
I remember when I first entered my journey with Alamo Angels 2 years ago, was when I started learning a little bit more about VC, about Latino representation in VC, and it's when I came across, there are these stats out there, like 2% of VC dollars go to Latinos last year. On top of that, partner level venture capitalists representation is around 2%. And so as I started, entering this ecosystem, it really started to kind of make me a little bit more like invested and motivated to not only support Latinos, but other people of color. And so that's kind of like what interests me about that. At least with Alamo Angels, we have a great partnership with Trinity University. I see Sarah here today, where we have a venture fellow program where they help us with due diligence on some of the investments we're pursuing. And so that's a great opportunity for us to bring these aspiring either founders or future investors from all types of background to like learn more about this ecosystem. And so that's kind of what gets me excited.
That's awesome. How about you, Kat?
Sure. So being a woman in tech, the numbers are very low. Being a Hispanic woman in tech, even lower. I stepped into investing and found out the numbers are even smaller than that. So going into these types of industries, I have to make a real firm effort to reach out and look for other Hispanic women and men to encourage them to come into the tech field, to come into the investing field, even though we're still a very, very small number that are making impact. However, the numbers on investments into Latino businesses are incredibly encouraging, they're compelling. We just need more of them. So from my perspective, that's where I put a lot of effort is, you know, I encourage the networking, I encourage you to come out, even if it's not something that you're really confident in, trust me, the hard work, the effort, you're gonna work as hard as you can. You might as well do it in the tech field. You might as well do it partnered with really strong investors that understand what you're trying to build and want to be part of your story. And I think that's the part that I'm here to kind of share that story today is we're amazing partners. We just have to know what you're building, want to be signed up for it. And then also we have that connection. We have that understanding of where you're coming from to be able to get you where you're going.
Oh, that's excellent. And one thing that's super important, you touched on that, and it just goes across all areas, it's networking. If you don't get out to activities like this to network, you know, you're not going to know where those resources are sometimes. You know, there's a lot of great movement in the public sector that tries to get you connected. But a lot of the connection is going to happen through serendipity, right? And serendipity means you're going to show up here, you're not going to know who you're going to run into, but you might actually run into Kat, and you might be a female entrepreneur, you might be Hispanic, you might have, you know, just have other ideas of what you wanted to do, but just meeting Kat and maybe even having a conversation because of that serendipitous connection is going to help drive maybe a new idea, you know, a new strategy, a new direction in which you probably want to go with your company to really be successful. So that's an awesome point there. So Jorge, over to you, sir.
Great. So, I mean, tons of optimism, especially on networking, because as you see, there's lots of folks here. And so to answer your question on a both personal level as well as kind of a more economic and societal level on, you know, why I chose or why I'm doing more on the Latinx focus and why Latinx matters, I was tired of being the only one, right? So I was in traditional venture capital 10 years ago, and literally in every room, I was the one. Right? And I would look around, I'd look at founders, I'd look at other investors, and I was just that one person. And it got to the point where I was like, we need to do more about it. And so at that point, I started to do it more into bringing more minorities and women into innovation in general, and certainly in venture capital. So I was very much at that point invested in what we were doing. Fast forward to now, let's talk about why we matter so much, right? So at the end of the day, innovation is run by human capital, right? And we think about innovation, it's an engine. And when the engine has a restrictor plate, because we don't have all the demographics, we don't have all the people involved, we don't have the ingenuity of different demographics, then we can't go as fast. We cannot solve as many problems as we should be, and we generally can't have the financial value that we can create. So the fact that we haven't been participating and successful in this innovation engine is a detriment not only to our community, but to everybody. Right? We need the ingenuity of every single demographic in the US and abroad to actually make change happen at every level, okay? So our genius needs to get put into the innovation engine, and it hasn't to this day. Optimism, because there's more of us now. Optimism that I am no longer just the one, right? And there's many of us. And optimism that there's more eyeballs and visibility into our community.
And on top of that, being in San Antonio, 64% of our population is Hispanic. So this is where a lot of ingenuity comes from, advancement technology, and you know, we're the majority here. So we need to take front and center at this point and lead.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting point because, I didn't provide a lot of my background, but I was in the United States Air Force for the last 22 years. A lot of the public programs that we have when we're deploying capital to buy capability for the United States Air Force is based on, whether you're a veteran-owned business, a minority-owned business, and woman-owned business, right? We have those different categories that we try to deploy capital to. And one thing that was very interesting is the amount of talent, and I was just telling some of the folks in the back room, the amount of talent San Antonio has. I've bought, probably equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of technology out of Texas, per se, out of my old offices in San Antonio. And, but the amount of Hispanic talent that is out there is amazing, but it wasn't making the majority of, the capabilities that the DoD and the government, federal government were looking at, which is something that I was, in my personal note, I want to see that change because Texas is going to be majority Latino and Hispanic in the next 10 years. They're going to overtake, all the other demographics here. So the optimism that you're saying, Jorge, is really exciting. But what's more exciting is the technology that can come from the lens of the Hispanic community, how we look at things and how that could really help shape technologies, help businesses, help shape outcomes, right, that are going to be far-reaching across all demographics in society here in the United States. So super exciting. So on that note, since you guys are helping a lot of our Latin communities in the investment area, what trends are you seeing, like in the investments that you've done, either here locally or out in the Bay Area, that of technology that maybe you're seeing more presence from the Latin community contributing to that? Or so we'll just leave it at that.
So one of the trends that we're seeing in San Antonio is, first off, I have the pleasure of being the chairman of the board for Geekdom here in San Antonio, where entrepreneurs come to build their dreams into startups. And we have put together a cyber accelerator. And with that, we are seeing amazing technology talent come out locally as well as across the state of Texas to come and build. So we are already known as the cyber hub in the US, and now we're putting more effort, more resources, and doubling down. And we are expecting that trend to continue, but not just at the government level or at the military level. We want it to come from within, homegrown San Antonio to build through and take off. So that's one of the trends that we're setting ourselves, I'll say.
I love it, cyber.
You go and I'll go.
And then at least at Alamo Angels, I think a general trend that we're seeing in our community, especially because of our proximity to Velocity, which is in the life science space, is seeing a lot of medical devices or health tech. And so there's a lot of more growing support for those founders, whether it's through Velocity, whether it's through the Health Cell, Biomed SA. There's a bunch of organizations for those founders to help support them.
So I'm going to declare 2022 the year of the Latinos and Latinas in innovation and startup ecosystem. I think there's been just a lot more movement. If you think about all the investment funds that have been created this year or that have raised money, certainly Latitude just finished their close. Chingona Ventures had her second close. Supply Chain Capital also had her close. I mean, these are all funds that are directing their money towards the Latinx community and or other BIPOC folks as well. And so there's a lot of momentum on that end. Not enough, but still good that we started there. I'm also seeing a lot of incredible Latinas in terms of like who are the founders and the funders. So when we look at deals, I'd say at least half of them have been Latinas. And our investments, I think we're about half as well. So Monica, tell me if I'm wrong on my numbers, but we basically have half. And so I think there's just a groundswell of folks that are really coming from different demographics, but Latina is certainly one of them. Then the other piece that we're seeing is a lot of impact-related companies. So taking from learned experience and lived experience, especially around solving societal and environmental problems, has been something that we've seen again and again. Subject matter experts, people that have had experience for that specific problem, that are addressing that in a for-profit, scalable venture, and we see that trend in our community as well.
Well, that's really great. One question I'd love to kind of maybe get to know is what are some of the, on the investment side, maybe some of the barriers that maybe the Latin community still has when it comes to driving? So I mean, we're obviously seeing these good trends, the year of the Latino, but inevitably, right, in this community, there's probably still some barriers. So what can we in the Latino community really, like, one, understand what those barriers are, and then two, work together to help eliminate those barriers with organizations, be it government or local community leaders or other venture, incubator, and accelerator programs that are in our society?
Here, let's go back.
Yeah.
I think that sort of kind of what you're saying is a fair point. I believe one probably key to that would probably be along the lines of like demystifying venture capital, and also kind of letting people know like the terminology and really just a bunch of support organizations. With the influx of capital that happened these past couple of years, like you were mentioning, a bunch of new funds, but also support organizations like accelerators, specifically focused on like underrepresented communities. I think that those are key to helping educate and I guess grow some of these Latino businesses.
Excellent, thank you.
I think it's a problem for everyone, but especially if you're not used to networking, is just getting time in front of investors. That's going to be your hardest part. If you're not out networking, drumming up, coverage for yourself, putting really well thought emails together, researching who you're sending the email to, I can't even begin to tell you what Jorge and I's email inbox looks like. I mean, you can just count hundreds of emails just coming through, cold emails. There's a process. You have to get really crystal clear of who you want to target. How do you get into these circles? How do you network? How do you get your story out and be pitch perfect on the dime, like ready to go? Because really it's a numbers game. And we just see so much that that's an additional job in starting a business, is telling the story of your business and making this networking time happen, so that the more touches you have, the more recalls of, hey, I'm sending you this email, here's how we're doing now, staying vigilant about those updates. That's pretty much the only way to really kind of break through when you're starting to think about investing or investments.
Yeah, I mean, I struggle to think if there's just something specific that the Latinx community is having a harder time doing in terms of like, finding investment money, because the same problems are for somebody who's not Latinx than there's for folks that are. So there's nothing unique about us that makes it harder. Now, that being said, I do think that our community tends to be more of the subject matter experts, so we traditionally do not have a technical background. Again, on averages, that's not everybody. And so sometimes that actually makes it hard when you're presenting to folks that are very much considering you, but they want to know that you have some sort of tech track record or somebody that's a technologist on your team. And so that's something to be aware of, to understand, and try and find ways to network and identify other technologists, and or some other way to shore up the fact that you are not the engineer on the team. Okay, just that's like recognition of where we are in the investment cycle. The other piece I'd just say is generally, again, for any startup founder, communication is number one. You are the salesperson of your idea. You are the idea generator, and therefore you have to sell it to potential co-founders, you have to sell it to investors, you have to sell it to customers, et cetera. And so if that's not your comfort zone, that's where you want to spend a ton of time rehearsing, practicing, et cetera. Figure out how to be really good at that, both on stage, but also in person, as well as in your documents, okay? Lots of times, you will see a trend where somebody doesn't communicate well, and then there's no way that they're gonna get investments because we just don't understand what you're trying to do. And then I think the last piece I would just say is have confidence. So we want everybody here to know you're absolutely talented, right? You deserve, you're investable, etc. To have more confidence, get advisors. Get 2 types of advisors, 2 different groups. One, which is your subject matter experts that will help you with your idea, and they'll be there when you need to get customers, etc. But the second is about you, an advisor about you as a founder and your own development. Figure out who, and don't make it your family, because that's never a good idea. Find friends or colleagues that you trust that you can say, I'm having a bad day. Because every day as an entrepreneur looks like a cardiac arrest, right? The valley of the despair and then the awesomeness at the end of the day, right? So we all need our people. And so find ways to get yourself a personal advisory board, and that'll give you strength and confidence as you go through the process.
That's very good. I appreciate all your comments there, but I want to look to the crowd right now. I know that there's got to be questions. Primed you guys. There you go. Gentlemen, right there. Go ahead and stand up. Ask your question, sir.
We'll just repeat it. Yeah.
Kat, Jorge, Francisco, thank you very much for your insights, for your time. My name is Jose. I'm from Colombia, and for the past year, I've been working with LongFi Solutions. We work in the intersection between telecommunications and cryptocurrency to bring a more connected future in the U.S., especially in underdeveloped areas that have low cell phone coverage. And this sector is disruptive, it's innovative, and while it sounds amazing, it also presents a challenge when we're trying to pitch, to sell these ideas to investors. So my question for you guys is, what are some tactics, some advices that you can give us when we're trying to pitch and sell highly innovative next generation technologies to an audience that most likely has no clue about it?
So my advice to you is you're having to use analogies because most investors are just not technical. So you're going to have to story tell it to something relatable. Whatever you find has got to resonate with just about everybody in this room because the audience is going to be so diverse. If you're talking to somebody more technical, you'll feel that in the first few minutes and you'll know to go deeper. But most investors, they want to keep high level, and you've got to sell them on what the problem is you're solving. Use storytelling as best you can, and then how you're the team that's going to solve the problem. And again, it's very tricky, and you're going to have some failures. You're just going to have to work through it. But when you're selling something complicated, you've got to find common ground, and it's going to be hard to finding that level, but you'll find it. You just have to keep and find, as he mentioned, those advisors that they'll help you with your story if it's still too high and technical. And we've seen some of those where they'll even come at us, and it's like, draw it out for me, have them retell it, make sure it's an understanding, but it's definitely storytelling. So you're just going to have to bring it down several levels if it's truly complicated.
Great advice. You've done this before.
I've done.
So say your name again. Jose. Say the company's name again. LongFi Solutions. Okay, just making sure everybody here is really got a good communicating of your idea and presenting your questions. So thank you for that. So I think it inspires in me two different answers, though. One of which is how do you relate to folks that are investors that are agnostic to sectors, right? And then the second question, or the second thing that comes to mind is how do you research about what investors you're about to present to? So the first one, I would just say we're agnostic, and so we will invest in any company, or any Latinx-led company in the US, early stage, agnostic of sector and region. So inevitably, somebody will come and they will present something Web3 or something healthcare related, and my eyes gloss over, and I say, okay, you have to educate me. Like, I think I'm pretty learned, but I need to learn, figure this out. And so for those folks, because you already know they're agnostic and you've already gone in and you've seen like their other portfolio companies, nobody is doing, what you're doing, right? So you know that they don't have a ton of information. So you need to come up with a presentation that gets them there. the first thing you got to do is educate them, and so that they understand what you're trying to do. And so that when you hit the punchline of, hey, this is how it was yesterday, but with us, this is how it's going to be amazing, they understand what the yesterday was in a very simplified way. So that's one. The second is really do research. Like, that's for anybody, right? If you're trying to find investors, do tons of research before you start to reach out. Because there's nothing worse than getting like a random email and it's like not even in your sector, right? Like if we were an agnostic and I was only looking at education, but people send me stuff that's Web3, like I'm like, bad on you for not researching. So for you, because there are lots of hardware and software tech folks that only invest in that, those are the folks that will already get what you're doing, and so you can fast forward a lot quicker into the punchline of this is how amazing our stuff is.
And the only thing I'll add to that would be, especially if you're in live pitches with investors, one thing I really like when I'm meeting founders is kind of like when they stop as they're pitching, instead of just kind of like going there, spitting everything out, getting to the end, just kind of asking like thoughtful questions, like making sure that they understand what you're saying, and if not, you can further clarify before you get to the end. And then especially in pitches, leaving a good amount of time at the end. That way you can gather feedback, identify next steps, and go from there.
Oh, he's got the mic. Oh.
My question is, with talks of recession looming on the horizon, how do investors mitigate risk, and how can a startup venture curtail their pitch to mitigate risk with this recession time? How do you navigate that?
Can I go first?
Go ahead. You sure?
Yeah. So, okay. So let's start with the fallacy that the recession actually has to reduce how much people are putting money out there. Right. So the majority of fund managers already have their capital, right? So their powder is there to essentially, they have to put it to work. And so what ends up happening is late stage. So if we do get in a recession, or we are in a recession, but we don't know it, we are, or the recession in 2 years instead of now. Whatever that is, it's not great times economy-wise, right? And so the financial institutions clench up. And so for late stage, it decimates investing. So anybody that's, anywhere from C to whatever, F, that kind of funding is dried up. And you can see it in the research, like it's like to zero. And the reality is, the reason for that is the expectation of when you exit becomes lower when you don't know what the recession is going to do to that company. And so people just kind of like wait, right? And then your valuation kind of gets dropped off, and so you generally wait. So there's a lot of waiting for those. But people in the early stage, like they already have their capital. So they should be already still continuing to invest. In fact, it becomes better time to invest because it shows who's persevering, who's resilient, who's actually out there solving big problems. And many of the greatest companies that were ever created were created during recession type places. So they were recession proof. That's a good indicator that you're a good startup. So the other piece of this then is, okay, what do you do to signal comfort to investors who might be a little bit weary about what's happening in life? So one of the things is to think about your milestones. So instead of like being 6 months to 12 months, you say, hey, I have an 18-month plan. I know that for our customers and adoption. I've been cut off. So it was a long answer, so therefore I got cut off. It's all cut off. So anyways, this is what happens when you're a lecturer. You just kind of get into these monologues. So the end result of that piece is, okay, 18 months. I know that my customer base may be a little reluctant to kind of pick up as fast as I would if the recession wasn't there. And I know that I need 18 months so I don't have to keep raising again and again. And so you have a plan to overcome essentially the recession, okay? So it recession-proof your financial model in many ways, right? And articulate why your customer base or your segmentations will still be interested in what you're doing despite the recession happening.
You nailed it. But the only thing I would add is be growing. If you're growing through this recession, that's going to be noticed. For maybe 2 years before COVID, we were seeing valuations go through the roof, I mean, I don't think the recession was scaring the investors. I think just all the volatility was really new for them. Now, with things starting to normalize a little bit, companies growing through not only COVID, but now a potential recession, they're okay. They're moving funds around anyways to stay available for opportunities, and recession is usually the time that they deem is an opportunistic time to get into some new investments. So.
Okay, well, we're running out of time, but I'd like to try and at least squeeze in one or two more questions. So I know this gentleman here and then the young lady over there, hopefully. So, Beto?
Yeah, I know. You're doing good. You're getting a lot.
Beto from Austin. I really appreciate you guys calling for, or at least the call to action for more funders and founders from the Hispanic community. But with this crowd, it seems like that's preaching to the choir. One of the things that I'm curious about is, in your roles, how do you make sure that some of the things that you're investing in actually address some of the underserved needs of the people for whom we come from? It seems like a lot of the investment that is being made now kind of is agnostic to potentially impact that it could be creating communities. I know, Jorge, you touched upon this a little bit, but Francisco, you did too. But, you know, isn't it our role not just to be represented in as founders and funders, but also have a role to make sure that the things that we're producing affect the communities that we come from?
I feel like I've been put on a time check, so
Okay.
I'm trying to wait for you guys to.
So I just want to clarify. So you're asking how it's contributing to the community build or the community development, or?
Not just underserved people who are being represented as funders and founders.
Okay.
So your call to action was we need more Hispanic, Latinx funders and founders.
Right.
That's great. That's part of the role that we have to uplift our community. But what about actually the needs that we have at the community level? There's isn't a guarantee that the translation from the companies you're investing in are actually solving those needs.
So as a professional investor, I want to let you know, we're investing other people's money. And to do so, we do exactly what startups do. We raise funds to invest. So the core thesis has to explain what we're investing in. Ours is very specific. It's specific in SaaS technologies. Why? Because my partnership, that is where we have spent decades involved in. We know how to grow, how to scale, how to get these startups to the next level. So it's not core to our thesis on serving the community. It's a specific area that we invest and grow in. So to answer your question, it's not something that we look to as far as community development. Now, can we do it within our community? Absolutely. But in some professional funds, it's written in as far as what the focus is and what the outcome should be. In others, it's very specific to just basic an industry type to solve. Right. Yes. No, it just depends on what they're building, the area or market they're serving, and what their outcome is, and if they're the team to do it. Now, if it serves the community, that's great. If it serves the government, that's fine too. But it really depends on the founding team, what their mission and purpose is. If it's something we feel that we can be more than just capital to them, and again, every VC firm operates differently. We are very hands-on. Some founders and startups don't like that. So again, right match, right alignment, right purpose, and do you know your market well enough to serve it? And if it happens to be serving a certain cause, then that's what we go for.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I mean, I guess we're kind of on the other side of we're impact oriented, right? So at the end of the day, we encourage, are interested, and learning more about folks that are solving, major either societal or environmental affecting the Latinx. It's a $2 trillion opportunity as well, right? So when we think about it, it's not just the financial value, but it's also the impact value. Organically, because of who we are, we get a ton of that, right? We get folks that come in, and we're part of a larger organization called Hispanics in Philanthropy. So we have access to other foundations, access to other groups that are very much around impact. So people naturally gravitate to us, and once we invest in them, or even if we don't, they ask, hey, can you put us in front of folks that are in education, in healthcare, et cetera. And like I said before, we are naturally seeing that from our community where their lived experiences has informed them to solve those big problems. And to my point about the innovation engine, in order for us to solve the big problems, we have more problems than solutions right now. The Latinx community has to be part of that to solve those same problems for our own community.
Do you have anything to add to that, Francisco?
You tackled it perfectly.
You're good? All right, awesome. Well, unfortunately, we ran out of time. I know we're going to have a little bit of a networking opportunity, so for those who didn't get an opportunity to ask your questions, please stay behind, and I'm sure this fine panel will be here to just have a further conversation with you. But what I want to do is just say thank you to Kat, Jorge, Francisco, for just imparting a little bit of your experience and your wisdom to this community. And feel free, like, this is why we have these events in Latinx, is so we can create the networking, create the community, and learn from each other, because together we will always be stronger. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate you today, and come up for the next panel.
All right, everyone, we're not done yet. I know some of you might want to stretch your legs. I would encourage everyone to stand up and stretch. We've been sitting for a while. You don't have to. Don't run away. The best is yet to come. We're going to do a little bit of movement and changing, but we have an incredible pitch competition coming up next. So stretch your legs a little bit, come back and find your seats. I think we have about 4 minutes of transition time, and then you are going to hear me talk a lot more. Thank you for being here. All right, y'all, this is your 2-minute warning. If you could please come find a seat. You want a good upfront seat. There were surprises handed out to the front row earlier, so if you want a surprise, come see us up here. We're gonna get started in 2 minutes. Thanks, y'all. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Our judges are ready and in the room, and I know our founders are anticipating their moment. So please, please come take a seat if you're in the back and quiet your conversations. Fill in the chairs so I can see your beautiful faces. Yep, you can go right ahead. All right, y'all, a hush fell over the crowd. Let's see. Okay, that works. Y'all are listening. That's good. Hi, y'all. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to come in the front for just a moment. I am Carly Deerdorf, the Senior Chief of Staff here at Capital Factory. So wonderful to see you all today. Thank you for spending your day with us. We have learned from so many incredible people today. Raise your hand if you've learned something new today. All right, those are good hands, good hands. And you're still here, and you're still smiling, a lot of you. So thank you for joining us. I am so excited to be welcoming an esteemed panel of judges today for the Google for Startups and Inicio Ventures partnered pitch competition here at Capital Factory Latinx in Tech. So let's give a round of applause for these partners. So this is the first of the 4, I believe, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, 2022 Hispanic Heritage Pitch Series. So San Antonio today is the very first one, and they will be going to San Diego and to New York City, and one more, I'm gonna have to check my notes. Chicago. Okay, I need to come over here so I can see you all. So San Antonio got to be the first today. We are so happy to have this partnership. If you have been to a Capital Factory Pitch Showcase before, This one is a little different. There are cash prizes today that are part of this entire incredible experience that is happening. And we are just so thankful that we were able to have this partnership and bring money to these founders. And that is what we're always trying to do, so let me hear it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome. Okay, so without further ado, we are going to introduce our judges, and they're going to introduce themselves. And we're just gonna pass the mic one by one. If y'all wanna say your name, where you're joining us from, and maybe just something new and fun for the audience. Feel free to stand up, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me now? Excellent, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kathy Colson. I am with Oracle Netsuite, and I am Vice President of IT, 20 plus years in IT. Fun fact, I'm a second degree black belt, and I got my first patent granted last year. Thank you.
There we go. Y'all give her a round of applause. Yay. All right, Gabriella.
Hello, welcome everyone. Welcome to the South Side. I'm the CEO of Southside First, yes?
Woo, woo!
Fun fact about myself, I went to school in New York, so I was there, Silicon Alley, and I was a Portuguese translator in college for Disney World. So if you want to know everything Disney, that was a fun experience.
All right, these fun facts are great. Give her a round of applause. Thank you for being here, Gabriella. All right, Jose.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jose Padilla, or in English, Jose Padilla. I'm an attorney. I've been an attorney for 22 years. I focus on venture capital. I have my own law firm based here in San Antonio, but we have clients all over the country and all over the world. Fun fact about me is I speak 5 languages, English, Spanish, French, Italian, and Russian. And I guess 6 if you include legalese.
There you go. There you go. We got a polyglot on our hands. All right, and Juan.
It's me again.
Do it one more time. One more time. We need a fun fact.
So, yes, Jorge Calderon, Managing Director of Inicio Ventures. Let's see, fun fact. Gosh, I have 2 kids. They're wonderful. They're 12 and 9. They drive me bonkers. They're like little separate startups.
That is very true.
Sometimes that startup fails. But they're great. Thank you.
Well, big thank you to you and to Inicio Ventures for making this all possible. All right, y'all, so without further ado, like I said, there are cash prizes today, so we're excited to bring these founders up and celebrate and increase Latinx wealth in this community all throughout Texas and to all of the cities y'all are headed after here. So without further ado, I'm gonna introduce our very first founder, Miss Carolyn of We Are Here. Welcome to the stage, Carolyn.
Thank you. Oh, I've got one. All right, this feels like a disadvantage because I talk with my hands, so just bear with me. All right. There are 17 million cancer survivors in the United States, and another 2 million are diagnosed every single year. And when you get that diagnosis, it impacts your finances, your emotions, and your stamina. And those impacts last long after the cancer is gone. Matter of fact, that financial distress is alarming. Over 65% of adults with cancer care debt can't afford their basic needs. A significant majority delay care, they lose their homes, they lose their jobs. And yet the National Cancer Institute shows that distress in your finances leads to worse outcomes. We Are Here helps our members, patients, survivors, and caregivers reduce non-medical costs. You also will learn that a significant majority of oncologists and patients believe that their mood impacts their cancer's progression. And a significant portion of survivors and patients say that the fatigue impacts their ability to work, do daily activities, and their relationships. We Are Here connects our members to resources that help improve mental wellness and help reduce fatigue. According to the National Library of Medicine, The minimum spend for non-medical cancer is $3,000 a year. So if we focus on just the 4 major cancers, that's a SAM of $13.2 billion. We Are Here is going to go capture 3% of that market in the next 5 years for a SAM just under $400 million. As we've established, it takes more than great doctors and great medicine to beat cancer. It takes help navigating the myriad of challenges. And until now, you have been on your own to figure all this out. I know because I'm a survivor. My name is Carolyn Trevino Jenkins. I'm CEO of We Are Here. In our first 8 months, we have connected individuals to over 300 items to address their needs in 23 different categories. As their cancer changes, their journey changes, 64% have come back for additional help. We have a 100% satisfaction rating, which is less. Human touch to, sorry, I think she's telling me I'm going too slow is what's going on here. So people join us, 95% join online, they schedule a one-on-one onboarding call, and within seconds, they are getting content specific to them, and within 24 hours, connected to resources to address the fatigue, etc. That help continues as they come back with more requests. We currently just moved into revenue generation and have started getting referral fees from for-profit suppliers. However, this impact to fatigue, finances, and emotions allows us to go to large health organizations because we will improve the outcomes of their patients and reduce their cost of care. They will pay subscription models. On this path, by 2026, we'll be at $35 million in net revenue and 13 in EBITDA. Every member of our team is a cancer survivor, a cancer caregiver, or both. We have deep technology and health solutions expertise. This prize money will help us advance our product, and we would start spending money on marketing for the first time. Together, all of us can make a difference. Thank you.
All right, we're going to the judges now for questions. We have 3 minutes of our judges.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot questions.
Who has our first question?
What are your projections for growth in the next 2 years?
If I can go backwards. Oh, no, apparently I can't go backwards. Here we go. So from well, what's not on there, I guess, is our patient numbers. So our patients today, right now, we're serving a little about 300, and that number doubled. We did very slow growth on purpose, Q1 and Q2. The first part of Q3, we've already doubled our number of members. We will be, again, we're signing a strategic relationship with Livestrong, a 25-year-old cancer nonprofit, and they will be funneling about 500 members a month to us. We have additional relationships like that that are coming along so that our members will, like next year, we will have about 5,000, 6,000 members on the network.
Thank you. Very inspiring. You're an inspiring founder. Thank you for sharing your story, your life experience. This is very clearly needed and compelling, so thank you. When we talk a little bit about competition, I think that's one thing that maybe you didn't get into. Could you tell, and at the end of the day, more of you is best, right? So
Agreed.
it's kind of like what do you consider as competitors? How do you think about collaborating with them or not collaborating? Is this a winner-take-all type of industry where in order for you to be successful, you have to be like D1?
That's a very good question. And what I will tell you is that there are competitors, if you had concentric circles, who overlap in parts of what we're doing. There's not someone who does all of what we're doing, but we do look at them as competitors. And some of them, like there are some marketplaces for products in cancer, and they're specific to cancer. They're really expensive, and they're not collaborative. However, I have great collaborations going with, for example, a company called Find Help. We overlap a little bit in what we're doing, but we cross-refer. I have a great relationship with Caroloop, who focuses on caregivers, but We work collaborative. They're a B Corp. If they have a caregiver for cancer, they send them our way. We have someone who needs something, we send them their way. And we just started a collaboration. We help our members if they need to share specific needs with their circle of friends and beyond. So you don't get like 6 chemo blankets. Instead, you can say, what I really need is this recovery globe that has like pockets on the inside. You can have specific wish lists. Well, they have a technology that's further along than ours, but that's all they're doing. And so we're now going to start collaborating with them. And I would say the majority of the people in this space believe that kind of the rising tides will raise all ships. With 17 million people to help, there's room for more than one player.
All right. Thank you so much, Carolyn. That's all the questions we have time for. Give her a round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, Carolyn. All right, next we will welcome Juan Acosta from Tabella. Welcome, Juan. Everyone give him a round of applause.
All right. Well, thank you so much. My name is Juan. I'm going to talk to you today about how we're building the leading technology company in the religious space, and that's Tabella, the tech fabric of the Catholic world. I started this company after I had this idea when I was very young. I was sitting in Mass. I know, given that we're a lot of Latinos, you probably sat in Mass growing up quite a bit. But this idea came to me when I was 16, and God put me in an incredible journey through a lot of challenges. My dad got sick. I had to drop out of school a bunch of times. I started working from a young age. We had health issues, financial issues, immigratory issues, and really throughout all of it, really what kept us going was our community, our religious community. And that's like that all over the world. The people that support you the most are your religious communities that are right there. So I decided to quit my old career as a COO of Draper U, and I started a Catholic company. And we are here to transform an entire industry, but more importantly, to bring the world closer to God. That's really our mission. We are a for-profit company. There's a lot of money to be made here, but also an incredible mission to bring the world closer to the faith. I'm going to talk to you about churches real quick, Catholic churches in particular. When a priest wants to send an announcement to his parishioners, he sends it to the secretary. The secretary goes ahead and types it up in an email or in a Word document. She sends it to a private company. There's 3 massive private companies in the religious space. That private company prints a bulletin board like the one that I have here, then ships it every single week to thousands of churches in the United States. All right, they print thousands of these. They have to get there by Sunday so that people can receive their communications. That's how the Catholic Church has communicated with over 1.3 billion people for the past 50 years. With Tabella, it's just one tap of a button, and the announcement gets to the community right away. Now, it's not just announcements. Really, it's about fostering community. It's the only community-driven product. Priests and these religious communities share photos. They share special events. They share when someone in the community has passed away, like the middle photo that I have here, and they're together digitally. Now, priests love it. Why? We save them tons of money. Tabella is absolutely free for Catholic churches, and that's why we launched this a few months ago in terms of the community piece, and we've been growing, having a lot of great reception. Priests love it, and now Catholics, whether you go to church or not, now you have your entire faith at the palm of your hands. Why? We aggregate all your churches, all your ministry groups in one place, and all of your Catholic content. With Tabella, Catholics grow spiritually with the best devotional content at their fingertips. So not only are they getting their news and announcements from their church, communicating with their groups, but at the same time, they're growing in the faith. Users love it. In fact, this video here, which I won't play now for time, is a parishioner. He's made a song about us and sent it to us in Spanish. We serve a lot of Hispanic communities. I'll talk a little bit about the landscape in Q&A, but essentially, technology in the religious space is very, very old, and it's B2B models. They charge the church for all their software. Tabella is absolutely free, and it's a true community product. How do we make money then? Well, these bulletins, they have local advertisers. Maybe some of you have advertised in one of them before. These local businesses that are part of the community pay thousands of dollars to be on paper. Well, with Tabella, we transfer them over to the app. They have a clickable ad all throughout the experience of the user. So when you're listening to content in the morning, you're going to church, you're seeing all your announcements, these advertisers that are part of your community are being featured. And we've proven this already. In fact, the model's worked for 50 years. No one's really touched it or innovated on it. But I'll show you this church that we onboarded a few weeks ago in Puerto Rico. We sold over $4,000 in annual recurring subscriptions at one tiny little church. If we were a B2B company, we would have charged that church $100 a month, and that would have been the cap of it. And there's massive companies out there that do that. Well, we're expanding the market even more. That's just one example. We're going to move into payment processing donations. That just makes total sense since you have the community right there. This is launching in a few months. But really what I'm truly excited is as we digitize communities, we're bringing people closer to God, first and foremost, but we go into massive opportunities like analytics. We go into decentralized sacramental records. Every time you got to get married, hopefully it's just once, you got to present a bunch of stuff. And cross-border instant donations. We have a mission-aligned team. Please ask me about a beautiful story of one of our team members and how we came together for this mission. We're here to bring the world closer to God. We're transforming and expanding an industry. Just in the past 3 days, we signed up over 50 churches that are starting to onboard. We have 20-something that are active fully, and we have a pipeline of 300 churches we're going to start onboarding over the next 2 months. Help us bring the world closer to God. We're not raising today, but in a few months, we're opening up our seed round again for $2.5 million. This is Tabella, the tech fabric of the Catholic world. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. All right, judges. Who's got a question?
Why just the Catholic Church, as it seems that your model can apply, in other areas? And why do you believe the time is right?
Perfect. I'll answer the second one, and I'll go to the first one. The time is right because for decades, the church was not innovating. Then the pandemic hit, and they lost all of their communities. So the pain point that they're experiencing of not having the community and people suffering of mental health issues because of it, the church has realized as an organization, holy crap, like we need to bring the community together. We need a way to be connected with them aside from just that Sunday interaction. So that's one of the why nows. There's spiritual reasons too, but I can go into those separately. The first question was, why just Catholic Church? Well, I was born Catholic. I love my faith. I understand the faith, but it's the one that has the most opportunity for distribution and expansion from a business model perspective. If you look at the Protestant world, it's too fragmented. It's 34,000 denominations. Each of those denominations do not want to be in one platform together. Why? Because you're stealing parishioners from another church. Whereas the Catholic faith is universal. There's 17,000 parishes just here in the US alone, and they don't mind being in one safe place, which is Tabella.
San Antonio has a very strong cybersecurity presence, and you mentioned church records and donations. What kind of safeguards are you going to put in? Because that seems to me something that would be ripe for hacking and other intrusion.
So I don't want to get into buzzwords, but over time, we will do a lot of stuff with blockchain technology, especially when it comes to sacramental records. You'd be surprised. Right now at a church, if you've gone to church and that's where you got baptized, for example, your baptismal certificates are just on paper. So anything you do on a digital basis is already super safe compared to that. But we're going to go into a lot of security features. Right now we validate that they're priests. Only priests can announce things. The community itself can validate each other. That's what's beautiful. When we go all over the world, we can digitize communities that have never been touched by technology before. Why? Because we can give them a digital identity through community members. And that's what I'm truly, truly excited for in the future.
Thank you, Juan.
Una más, or two más.
I find this really interesting. I mean, I have 4 young children starting to take them to Mass. This is my issue is, I see for this is very interesting, is the paper thing is the one thing that keeps my kids from crying a lot of the times. So I do wonder. is this is replacing, there will be no more, for those parishes that sign up, there's no more papers, everything is digitized.
Well, these companies, the three big ones, I'm on video, but it's happening, they're dying. Over the next 4 years, they won't exist. Why? Paper shortages, gas prices, and inflation. They've had to drop hundreds and hundreds of churches from being served by this. So there's a massive gap in the market right now, which only Tabela is able to solve.
Okay. On the business side, I have known people that have advertised, and the big issue with the advertisement is the inability to measure ROI.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, well, being digital, we're going to provide all those tools. And when you think of an advertisement, a lot of these sponsors, really we call them sponsors, they're sponsoring the technology for the church to be able to communicate freely. So with that, they're being featured in the community. So it's not an ad like, I put an ad on Tabela and it's going to be seen, it's going to return this, but it's an ad that gets seen throughout the entire year by the same members of the community. So that when you think, oh crap, my toilet broke, let me call Bob at my church because I know he's the plumber, and you've seen him throughout the entire year on the Tabela app. And he's a member of your community. That's the beautiful part.
So we're getting the hook, but I just wanted to say as a comment, you're a gifted communicator. What I was saying earlier about being able to sell and create enthusiasm around your business, you did a wonderful job.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Juan. Thank you, Juan. All righty. Next up, I'm happy to welcome Fernando to the stage, the founder of Boxes. Thanks, Fernando. Give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am glad to be here. Imagine a smart retail platform that allows you to combine a physical and virtual retail experience. Imagine a platform that democratizes convenient, affordable, and sustainable retail no matter where you shop. That is the future of retail. I am Fernando, the CEO of Boxes, and this is a picture of my father. I grew up working with him in the retail industry since I was 7 years old. And now, with my team, we are ready to revolutionize it. At Boxes, we are powering the future of retail with 2 use cases. First, sampling. We allow brands and retailers to scale sampling, a necessary part of launching any new product by utilizing gamification and convenient placement to replace the need for additional labor and shelf space. At the same time, we are allowing retailers and brands to gather data from consumers' physical interaction with our devices, gaining insights into consumers' preference and behavior. For example, you go into one of our devices, you scan a QR with your smartphone, you go into a quiz. In that quiz, we ask you questions to understand your preference, your purchasing intent, your purchasing patterns, and you get a free sample. In LATAM, where we started a few years ago, we have already produced over 100 devices of this solution and partnered with multinational companies such as Unilever, XC Johnson, and Kimberly-Clark Corporation. In this last year, we have been taking our learning from sampling devices to develop our second use case. What is this? A new refilling device, where we are bringing a sustainable approach to brands, retailers, consumers, and our planet. This solution solves the single-use plastic packaging problem. Today, 300 kilograms of plastic per second goes into our oceans. With this new device, we are not only bringing a circular platform, but also a more affordable solution, because consumers use a reusable packaging, so we can lower the prices up to 40%. And there is more in terms of affordability. As we allow consumers to refill different quantities with their reusable packaging, we are ending a very important inequity for the low-income families and minorities who nowadays, when they go to the store and they cannot afford to buy a large packaging, they buy small quantities. And products in small quantities are more expensive per ounce, per milliliter, due to the excess packaging. And now we allow consumers to refill what they can afford. Maybe they want to refill 50% of the packaging, and they are not going to pay more for small quantities. Also, in this state-of-the-art device, we add a chip behind the label to every reusable packaging. Why we do this? For two reasons. First of all, we can identify the packaging when you are performing the refill. And as we link the packaging with the consumer, now our CPG partners can have consumer traceability. So they can know when and how much consumers are refilling with their smart reusable package. In the United States, last year, we were accelerated by Techstars, one of the largest startups accelerators in the country. We have already made numerous connections and progress with some of the largest retailers and brands. We launched a pilot in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, with the Minnesota Twins. And I'm also excited to share with you that yesterday, we launched our first pilot in Texas. Boxes is made up of software and hardware technologies, financial experts, and experienced brand builders. We are building a platform that offers brands and retailers throughout the world a solution to customer engagement, data capture, affordability, and sustainability. This gives us access to innovate in a $1 trillion CPG market in the Americas alone. So join us in powering the future of retail across the globe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fernando. All right, judges. Who wants to go first?
I'm ready, yes. I've seen already, let's go to the competition. I've seen things similar to this in big box stores. Can you talk about your competitive landscape and what is your unique value proposition?
Yes. As I share very quickly, we are developing a state-of-the-art retail platform that offers brands and retailers throughout the world a solution to customer engagement, data capture, affordability, and sustainability. So we are combining physical and digital technology to power the retail, the shopper experience in store. So we are at the intersection of physical and virtual. And when you see the market landscape worldwide, we don't have competitors. There are some players doing some things that might be similar, but it is not the same, and not in Texas and in Latin America.
So you mentioned data. Where you are today, and where do you think you're going to go to make your digital play more compelling?
Great question. Right now, we are gathering data from consumers' preference, and we are collecting that information. We have developed a web server, and from there, our CPG partners or retailers can log in with a username and a password, and they can see that data that we are collecting. But there is more. Last month, we were selected by Google as one of the recipients of the Google Latino Founder Fund. So we are working with like 100 Google engineers to power our devices in the Google Cloud. So the data that we are collecting from consumers' preference, we are working on processing that information with machine learning and artificial intelligence so that we can understand better each consumer and customize the retailing experience for each one. Because we can log in the consumers when they are having the sampling experience or refilling experience.
One more question? Are we good?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Fernando. Google for Startups. All right, next, I'm going to welcome to the stage Andrea Sager. Come on up from Legalpreneur. Give her a round of applause.
That is a really big step.
It's a big step. I was impressed.
Hello, I'm Andrea Sager. Yes, we are a company founded on legal protection. I promise we are not scary. I am not intimidating, so don't be scared. We are Legalpreneur, the business owner's legal community. I am a serial entrepreneur. I have seen every side of this coin. I started in big law, launched my own law firm, grew it very quickly, and decided it was time to reach more business owners. Clearly, many business owners in here, you have no idea where to start when it comes to the legal side of your company. What do I do? How do I get it done? And where do I go? Clearly, lack of legal education, lack of legal funds, you have little to no legal budget, and there's a lack of trust. Oh, the attorney just wants to charge me hourly and spend 10 hours on something that should have been 2 hours. Been there at the big firm when the partner said, hey, take your time on this. I was like, bro, it's taking me 20 minutes. I don't want to bill 2 hours. So I've been there. What is our solution? Free education. We lead with education. We will teach you everything you need to know about your business that you had no idea you needed to know. Affordable products, and we have a community that is built with trust. We have a community that absolutely loves us. We're actually hosting our first conference in Phoenix, October 5th through the 7th, called Dream Bigger. I realized last year that I was not dreaming big enough in my law firm, which is why I went all in with Legalpreneur. So I'm hoping to inspire more entrepreneurs to do the same. Our competitors, clearly they're out there. There is no secret about LegalZoom, Rocket Lawyer, Legal Shield, Zen Business. They're doing something right, but we're going to do it better. Our competitive advantage is our community. We have a rock-solid community that loves learning about the legal side of their business, believe it or not, and proactive protection. LegalZoom, Rocket Lawyer, they all have a legal subscription. And what do they say? Hey, call us when there's a problem. We don't want you to call us. We want to protect you rock solid from the beginning. We don't want you to have to wait and call us to fix things and put a Band-Aid on it. We're going to protect you from the beginning. Current traction, 200 active members. We have a large affiliate base, and we have well over 600 paying customers in total. To date, our revenue is a little over $250,000, and year over year, 95% growth of the membership itself. Market size, the legal services industry is incredible. $350 billion, $10.9 billion for online legal services, and predicted our market share, our projections will be $27 million in 2 years. Products. Number one, our flagship product is our Legalpreneur membership. This gets you all access to your own attorney. Our other products are mainly DIY products. Business model for entrepreneurs, our membership, other products, our event that we have. And then next year, we're going to be launching a certification program for attorneys to become certified Legalpreneur attorneys to help grow and build their firm as well. Our go-to-market, these are our marketing channels. If you're on TikTok, go follow the Legalpreneur. I love TikTok, and so I teach everything you need to know on Instagram, TikTok. We have the podcast, the Legalpreneur podcast, email. We do a lot of brand partnerships. We do a lot of expert trainings with other industry leaders to teach their communities the legal side of their business. Currently, we're at 200 members. Goal is 500 members by January 2023. You can see our other projected milestones. Management, I am one of the lucky ones that gets to have my very best friend as my COO, and my head paralegal who has been with me from the very beginning of my law firm. She was my first employee. She was my first hire, and she has stuck with me this long. Now, we launched our app April of this year, which I'm very happy to say we've actually had less than a 5% churn rate since then. Actually really proud of that. And this is our financial model with some of our projections. Questions?
All right. I'll give her a round of applause. Great job. Thanks. All ready?
Well, as the attorney on the panel, kind of have to ask questions.
Come on.
For me, I guess the first question I would have is, how do you handle the issue of scaling? Since that's really the big issue with any law firm. How do you do that?
So that was the issue, is like, do I hire more attorneys or do I do the startup model? And now that's why we're creating the certification, because we have our network of attorneys now, and they are who I handpick, I know them. However, we're scaling, and so we need to have more certified Legalpreneur attorneys. That's why we are creating the certification. And so by having more certified attorneys, that's going to allow us to scale on the attorney side.
Okay, so then they're like essentially like consultant contractors for.
So they are contractors. They all have their own firm. Most are solo attorneys. Some have a small firm. They're purchase the membership from us, and they engage with their attorney.
Okay. And then as far as the, the services to the clients, I guess it's limited around corporate law. Is that what it is, or is there litigation? How do
No
you handle
litigation.
that?
I like to say we can provide any service for a business owner minus litigation. Right now, it is what I call the core 3 entities, contracts, intellectual property, and then anything else, we will find them an attorney. So if they have a real estate matter that they need help with, or if they have an employment matter they need help with, that's how we're also building out the attorney building out the network as those requests come up. Eventually, we want to have also a trust and estates attorneys, because obviously business owners need those as well. So slowly we're building out the network even more than just business attorneys, but right now they all serve what I call the core 3.
I was going to ask, what is the reach? Because how many states are you currently serving?
Currently, we have members in 40 states, and we have 40 states, Canada, UK, and there's another country out there. Brain fog. There's four total countries that we're serving. 40 states right now are where we have members.
Wonderful. So congratulations on the progress. And
thank you.
Both economic, customers staying, that's all really great signs. So given that you're a two-sided market, we talked a little bit about who's servicing. Let's talk a little bit about the customers. What is the impetus for them to first find you? I mean, something's usually probably happening. What do you find is that initial touch point that you have with them?
A lot of it is social media. We have a very large reach with online business owners, small business owners. We do a lot of really collaborations with other brands out there, business coaches, industry authority leaders. I literally am just like, I beg them, can I please train your audience on how to legally protect their business? And so they're already paying those industry leaders, they trust them, and they're putting me in front of them, and now they trust me. And so that's a big way. I do a ton of podcasts. We have our own podcast. Now we're working on bigger partnerships.
But what's happening to the business that they are seeking services? Like, what is that initial trigger, like, I need help?
Right now, they're coming in through our legal protection playbook, which is $37. It is teaching them everything they didn't know they needed to know about the legal side of their business. Teaching them about S-corps, that's a bonus video, the common legal pitfalls, and also business foundations. I'm learning we're a lot more than just a legal company, because they come to us for many other things than legal protection. And so we're building out a lot more resources besides just the legal protection. And so the legal protection playbook, they come in, and then they get a call with, right now, me. I'm building out the playbook for our future sales team.
Amazing. Oh, one more. Last one. Is there a natural lifespan of your customer? It seems like once I know what I need to know, then I'm done. How are you retaining that loyalty?
Our average lifetime is 16 months. I've had the membership for 2 years, and so the average lifetime is 16 months. And right now, once we get a little bit more developed with the app, the full membership is $349 a month or $34.99 for the year. Once we have the app a little bit more developed, then we're going to have a much lower ticket at $30 to $40 per month. And so, because once they get past that natural lifespan of, okay, everything is set up, what do I really need you for? Then it's like, hey, we're going to put you on this maintenance plan of $40 a month, and then that's really when it does switch to the, hey, call us when you have a problem.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. I'll give her a round of applause. All righty. Can I hear some of y'all get excited for a second? This is our last founder. The founders are blowing my mind from over here on the sidelines. All right. Hello. This is Alejandro
Hello.
from the Whisper Company. Welcome to the stage.
Appreciate it. Can we give it up for Capital Factory and all our Latinx people here? I love my Latinos. So I got to click through real quick. Okay, here we go. All right, well, thanks. Nice to meet y'all. I am Alejandro Fernandez, CEO and co-founder of the Whisper Company. and we are here to bring a private and secure communication for the future. We have security you can see and privacy that you can trust. And today, this is needed more than ever. We have data that is not as safe because if you think of multi-factor authentication, something that I'm sure all of you guys know, you get 6 digits that are sent to your phone. But who gets those 6 digits? Who's in front of that device? Anyone can be in front of that device. And what about automatic timeouts? Have you been in that banking app trying to time out, trying to ensure that you're not getting timed out? And what about encryption? Now we're encrypting more stuff than we've ever encrypted ever. We need encryption that's fast and safe. And add to that the fact that the emergence of quantum. Quantum computing is something that experts are saying within 2 or 3 years is going to be able to break military-grade encryption. And our what's it called? Sorry, pardon. Our adversaries are harvesting our data right now. They're saving all of your data, and the instant they have quantum computing, they're going to break your encryption. So if you're not looking to save that data right now with quantum-resistant encryption, you're going to be out of luck. And right now, privacy-active individuals, consumers, and because of that, businesses need to already be active. There's already 9 of 10 people that care about privacy. If you're not looking to think about why privacy needs to be the most important thing that you're focused on, then you're not thinking about the future. And I want to talk about Manuel. Manuel is my cousin, and this is why I take this personally. He works with the Venezuelan opposition to the government. And because he works with the Venezuelan opposition to the government, military and police officers will hold your phone up to their face, and if they authenticate and unlock your phone, they'll be able to look through your phone and see your information. And if your information shows that you've been texting or you've been talking in opposition to the government, your privacy and security shows that it's a matter of life or death. And that's something that really matters to us. When I had my cousin disappear out of nowhere, I knew that something needed to be done. And that's why the Whisper Company cares. And the Whisper Company believes that privacy and security is a human right. I had the idea that what happens if the moment that your device is not in front of your face, that your information is safe? The same way biometrics ensures that you're that person that's in front of the device, the instant that that biometric ensures that it's you, why doesn't it do it persistently? That's why we have patented persistent user authentication. And our patented encryption is developed by our CTO, a 27-year retired professor at the UT of Austin. And what we're looking to do is ensure that data privacy, data security, and data ensurety that that person is the only person that's viewing and accessing the data is that person. Now, to talk about the persistent user authentication, it's an always verify, zero trust authentication mechanism. As you can see, you have authenticated user, you have persistent authentication, and standard multi-factor authentication. The instant a second face is there, there's no face there or unauthenticated users there, your information is secure. It obfuscates instantly. With standard multi-factor authentication, it only ensures the authenticated user is there. And again, as I mentioned, those 6 digits, anyone could be in front of the device. And to add to that, it resumes instantly. The instantly you lift up the device and you're in the field of view of the camera, you're back in instantly. No worrying about having to log back into the app and get back to where you were. It's a better user experience. And to talk about multi-factor authentication, PAM or privileged access management, or identity access management, we don't necessarily see them as direct competitors. We focus on that last mile, that last meter between the device and the human, and it's a real-time authentication. We see these people as potential partners in the future. And speaking about the future, our future-proof encryption, chaotic hybrid encryption, has 4 components, as you see on the left. 3 of them are proprietary, and they lead to the chaotic hybrid encryption engine. And this engine is 20 to 100 times faster than military-grade encryption. And below it, we have an infinite key, which powers the engine. And that infinite key is also licensable. And talking about our business model is a licensed business model, a per seat for the persistent user authentication, and for the chaotic hybrid encryption, it's per transaction. And it's very scalable because businesses use their developers to implement our code into their native apps. Our go-to-market is to first focus on everything that is secure tech, and we focus first on fintech. Fintech is our focus because they're an early adopter of APIs, they're an early adopter of new technologies, and they have a big problem when it comes to chargebacks, which is a $40 billion problem. But when you talk about all these high-trust industries, you talk about fraud, which is a $1 trillion problem. And for that reason, through word of mouth, we've had 2 MOUs through legal tech and 1 MOU through GovTech that have already come our way. Our market size, I'm just speaking specifically to our beachhead of fintech, is $2 billion, but seeing as our technology is very horizontal, it's much larger than that $2 billion. Our founding members, me and my CTO, Benito Fernandez, who's here right now, we have 20 years of experience in AI, biometrics, machine learning, and we have 10 years of experience in startups as well as our 2 patents. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about our Latino or Latinx heritage. My cousin Manuel, who works in opposition to the Venezuelan government, we, in part, because of that, wanted to pay our technology forward, so we created Invisible Ink, which is an app that is free for everyone to download, for those people that can't communicate securely. And he is one of those users. And I will say that we have some great customer traction with the users in that. Technology is free. It's 1,000 users to get that persistent authentication, to get that feedback. I already talked about the intellectual property. We've gotten grants through the SBIR Phase 1 grant as well as iCorps. And we've had some great institutional investors as well through accelerators. And I know we have Div Inc. here in the crowd. Our financial projections, we're still pre-revenue right now. And we're looking to get our first revenue at the end of this year. And we're looking to get $2 million by the end of next year. We're looking to start our seed fundraising this coming year. And we already have some great investors, 6 individual investors, 1 multinational security investor, and also an accelerator. Our product roadmap is to take our 2 core technologies and partner with people at the OEM level and get to the operating system level where we think there's a great potential. And if you have any questions, there's the QR code. You can talk to me and get any information about the Whisper Company. Appreciate
Thank you so
it.
much. All right, let's give him a round of applause. Okay, judges, we probably have time for 2 questions on this one, and then we're going to deliberate.
So you mentioned that Invisible Ink is in the Apple Store. When
Yeah.
is it going to be in Android? Just curious.
That is part of our fundraising. We want to get it to Android. The idea is it's more of a social justice cause, so it's not something we're looking to generate revenue from, but we really want to have a place where people can communicate securely. And I will say one thing about Invisible Ink. If I send you a message, because it's persistent, the authentication, I'm the only person that can hit send. It has to be me and only me. I didn't mention, but there's also shoulder surfing. Someone's over my shoulder, it'll see it's someone, and it won't let me hit send. So you know it's me, and I know if I hit the send button, it's only you that can see it. Sure, absolutely.
I mean, do you have like something like proof of life? You know,
Yes,
because
yes, there's a liveliness detection with your eyes, with your face, to ensure that that person's a live person and not just a picture in front. Or a corpse, yeah. That's true. We call it for your eyes only, privacy and security, yeah.
You mentioned you are pre-revenue at the
Yes.
moment. Where do you see the revenue coming when it comes stronger?
Sure.
In encryption or authentication, or do you see them both playing together?
Yes, they both play together. Great question. Our MOUs, so far our 5 MOUs, all of them want the encryption and the authentication. They see the authentication as something that differentiates them from competition. We're focusing on small to medium businesses in those high trust industries. We're looking at reaching out directly to those product owners. And then they see the encryption as something that they can also use as a differentiator, but also to secure their users and secure their information. Go for it.
How are you going to scale?
Well, I had mentioned the scalability. Our scalability, we have SDKs and APIs where we don't actually have to implement the code. Their developers implement their code, and especially with the persistent user authentication. We have second phase detection. We actually have gaze tracking, something I didn't mention. So if the person's actually looking at the device, if they look away after a allotted time, the developer can decide what to do in the application. So for that reason, we hand it off to those developers to decide. And for that reason, we don't have to develop that. We don't have to use that development time or pay for those developers. So for that reason, it's very scalable.
My question had to do with a lot of it seemed to be dependent on this chaotic encryption.
Sure.
I'd never heard of it before.
Sure.
Is this something that has existed for a while? Like, how is it different? Do you have a patent on it?
Yeah. So it's patented. It went through the University of Texas at Austin. Benito, our CTO, if he would love to chat about it. But it uses a chaotic hybrid encryption. It uses a one-time pad. It uses an infinite key, and it essentially creates a key that's as long as the message. For most encryption algorithms, let's say AES 256, which is military grade, no matter how long your message is, let's say it's 12 bits, you have to send 256 bits. With our encryption, it sends exactly however many bits the message is how long the encryption is. And for that reason, it can be 20 to 100 times faster. And it is patented already, yeah.
Okay, so then I guess since it is patented and
Yes.
novel, has it been tested?
Stress tested.
Yeah, it's tested
Stress
that it
tested.
is better than what's out there now.
Yes, it hasn't been tested from quantum computing. Our randomness has been tested from NIST, and it does prove to be quantum resistant, but we haven't been tested from quantum computing because quantum computing is not readily available to be able to test against.
All right. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Give them another round of applause. I always love brilliant minds who speak way over my head
Thank you.
every time. But I don't know about y'all, but I love when there's great minds on cyber because I don't get it at all. All right, y'all. Big round of applause for all of our founders, please. Thank you, everyone, for your incredible pitches, for your energy and your time today. It is now the time for the judges to go back to deliberate, and they're going to announce the winners in about 15 or 20 minutes, but we also have a happy hour, which I know you all stuck around for. So you want to make sure you have 2 drink tickets in your hand or in your purse or in your bag. If you are just an attendee today, feel free to go to happy hour, but encourage you to come back when the winners are announced. If you are a founder, please stay here because we want y'all to be here for the announcements at the end, and then we also will have photos and stuff at the end once we have the winners announced. So thank you, everyone. If you don't come back into this room, we appreciate you coming to San Antonio, you coming out to Techport if you already live here. And thank you so much for spending time with us. Go have a drink, connect with one another, and have a wonderful day.
Testing.
Testing, testing. Haha. Can y'all hear me? Yeah. All right, this is our 1 to 2 minute warning. I'm getting word that the judges are getting close to ready. So if you are a founder, get ready. And if you stay to hear and celebrate with our founders, then y'all either come take a seat or just get ready to cheer and applause in just a few moments. Thank y'all. Hey, y'all, thank you for coming back. You can fill up here. We're about to have the judges re-enter. Get ready, get your drum roll ready. However you want to help with that. There you go, you got one. They're still talking in there, but I think we're almost done. Oh, okay, 2 more minutes, 2 more minutes. You want to? Tell Jim. You want me to tell them?
Hey everybody, how you doing? Hello everybody. We got a rowdy crowd here. How many of you were here for the pitches? All right. How many enjoyed the pitches? All right. By the way, I just got handed the microphone, so I'm just going with it. I have no idea why.
Who are you and where do you work?
Oh, yeah. So Michelle wants me to say, so I'm a technology scout with BAE Systems in the defense space. So if you're a small company, startup company that is looking at breaking into defense, and I would say, so I'm going to be very specific about microelectronics. Thank you, Devil Dog. So microelectronics, sensors, data exploitation, and cybersecurity at a platform level, like I need to secure an F-35, okay? We don't want anybody getting into those F-35s, okay? Catch me before I head out of here, because I'm gonna head out of here soon. I'll give you a card and we can talk and kind of see what you got and see if we can find alignment. So that's my little pitch, all right? And oh, by the way, I think they're judging for the pitches and they'll be out in just a moment. So I'm gonna give you right back to Carly and she's gonna do a song and dance for you.
That was a different time in my life. We are not doing that. Maybe I'll tap dance one day, but not today. There is an amazing mariachi band out there, so once we get our winners, then y'all need to go back and have a drink and like hoot and holler for this mariachi band because they're amazing. They take requests, I hear. Thank you. And I walked past and started wooting loudly, and I was like, everyone's silent. This is weird. So I need some more of that energy when we go back outside. All right, they told me 7 minutes ago. 30 seconds was the hand signal I just got. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we're gonna do another announcement from an incredible organization in the community who is a partner on a lot of these events. This is Alyssa from Divink.
Hey y'all, how's it going? My name is Alyssa Padron. I work with Divink. We are a nonprofit startup accelerator specifically for underrepresented founders in tech. So I'm super excited to be joining y'all today at Latinx in Tech. This is one of our favorite events that Divink gets to be a part of. We got to be part of the one in Austin a couple years back. It's exciting to expand to San Antonio with y'all. I wanted to make a quick announcement about something very exciting that Divink has on the horizon. This spring, we will be launching our Women in Tech Accelerator. This is a program that is specifically made for women identifying founders. We're looking for early stage startups who already have their MVPs built. You can be pre-seed, you can be pre-revenue, as long as you've got your product ready to launch, ready to pilot, ready to beta test. We would love to hear from you. You can learn more at divink.org/apply. That's our Austin 2023 program for women in tech. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Alyssa. Y'all really go apply. Divink, we have quite a few Divink founders in the room that are Divink and Capital Factory founders. We got some right here. It's the organization that brought me here, so yeah, just can't say enough good things. And come to their events too, because they're just as fun as ours. It's way better when we do them all together, like this one. All right, looky here. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stage.
All right, everybody, we are excited to announce the winners. But everyone's a winner. Everyone will have a cash prize. So at 5th place, woo, we loved the passion here to dream big about sustainability. Boxes. Woo!
4th place, excited to increase access to legal resources, Legalpreneur.
All right, 3rd place. This impressive technology for tomorrow's cybersecurity challenges, the Whisper Company.
And 2nd place, incredibly well presented and compelling with so much potential to make a difference, We Are Here.
And last but not least, give it up, clear value proposition and a passionate shepherd to Bella. Woohoo! Congratulations all. So come up here for a photo. Yeah.
All of you, judges and founders, if y'all can y'all stay on too, and let's get up on stage for a photo. That was a big step. You want to tell us?
Oh yeah, they do get real money. So for 4th and 5th place, they have $2,500, which is fantastic. For 3rd place, $5,000. For 2nd place, $10,000. And for 1st place, $15,000.
Thank you all so much for coming, and don't forget there's point-of-care health services in the mobile unit if you're interested in your COVID vaccine, COVID antibodies, genetic testing, or your retinal scan.